There is a boundary no one has ever reached, a place where light, the fastest thing in the universe, finally has to stop. There, time begins to melt and space ceases to exist as we know it. All sound disappears, only a single breath remains, one that has lasted for 13.8 billion years. Astronomers call it the edge of the observable universe. But perhaps it is more than that. A border between knowledge and ignorance, between light and awareness, between the cosmos and ourselves. From the very first moment of the Big Bang, light set out on its journey. It crossed nameless nights, carrying within it the memory of time. And a question that has never been answered. Does the universe know that it is waking up? Today, you will travel with me beyond every star, every galaxy, every pulse of noise, to the place where light stops and consciousness begins. A journey not only through space, but through the deepest essence of what it means to be alive. This is Whispers from the End of the Universe, secrets light can't carry, where science meets meditation and where the universe finally turns to look back at itself. Tonight, let your thoughts drift beyond time. Let the noise of the day dissolve until only silence remains. The same silence that once filled the newborn universe. There was a time, long before stars, long before color, when the cosmos was nothing but darkness and a breath. The Big Bang had already happened, a burst of unimaginable energy that set everything in motion, and yet what followed was not light, but stillness. The universe expanded and cooled like a great ocean exhaling after a storm. Its waters were calm, endless, and empty. No stars shimmered, no galaxies turned. Only hydrogen floated, the simplest atom, the quiet foundation of everything that would one day exist. Imagine it, a sea without waves, a night without even the dream of light. Physicists call this era the cosmic dark ages. But perhaps darkness is the wrong word. It was not frightening or cruel. It was patient. It was the universe resting, breathing slowly, waiting to wake. In that infinite silence, something delicate was happening. Tiny ripples in density, no larger than a whisper, began to form across the cosmic sea. These were the first traces of structure, the faint heartbeat of creation. Someday, these ripples would gather enough strength to give birth to galaxies, to stars, to worlds, to everything we now call home. It is strange, isn't it, to think that everything began in such quiet, that before the first spark, before the first light, there was only the hum of hydrogen vibrating faintly across eternity. Scientists say that during this time, the universe was filled with a radio signal, a wavelength of 21 centimeters, emitted by neutral hydrogen atoms. It was the only sound in all existence, the only song playing in the dark. And even now, billions of years later, telescopes like LOFA and Hera still listen for that ancient note. They listen not to see the universe, but to hear its first breath. Even in silence, the universe hums softly, waiting to be heard. There's something profoundly human in that. We too are creatures who wait to be understood, who hope that our quiet signals, our smallest gestures, our gentlest thoughts will be heard by someone, somewhere. Perhaps the universe and us are not so different after all. Think about the nights when you've lain awake in darkness, unsure of what tomorrow might bring. The world outside is still. Your mind floats somewhere between fear and wonder. That is how the universe must have felt. Suspended between nothingness and possibility, unsure of what it would become. In that sense, The cosmic dark ages were not a void, but a cradle, the necessary pause before awakening. Every creation needs its silence. Every dawn begins in the night. When you close your eyes tonight, try to feel that same quiet stretching across you. You are not separate from it. The atoms in your body, the carbon, the oxygen, the iron in your blood, were once pieces of that same hydrogen sea, waiting in stillness to be transformed by time. You are made of ancient patience. As the universe rested, it was already preparing for everything that would follow. The birth of light, the rise of galaxies, the stories yet to unfold. Just as sleep prepares the mind for a new day, the darkness of the cosmos prepared reality for illumination. So, if you are listening to this while the night surrounds you, take comfort in knowing that rest is not the end. It is the beginning. The universe too once fell asleep, wrapped in its own quiet, uncertain of what it would become. And when it finally woke, it did so with brilliance beyond measure. Nothing truly begins in light. It begins in the dark when you rest. Breathe deeply. Feel the stillness inside you, echo the stillness between the stars. Every inhale is a small creation, every exhale a gentle letting go. The night is not your enemy. It is the soft space where all beginnings are born. And as you drift now, through thought, through time, through the vast ocean of silence, remember, even in its deepest darkness, the universe was never alone. It was simply waiting quietly to become what it was always meant to be. Sleep then, as the cosmos once did, in peace, in patience, in the calm before light. The darkness was never truly silent, even in the vast stillness of those early cosmic nights. Something soft was humming, a faint vibration rippling through the invisible ocean of hydrogen. Though there were no stars, no light, no color, the universe was already speaking in its own quiet language, not through brightness, but through rhythm. Scientists call it the 21-centimeter line, a tiny radio whisper emitted by neutral hydrogen atoms, the simplest and most abundant element in existence. Each atom, when its electron flips its orientation relative to its proton, releases a photon, not of visible light, but of radio waves, gentle and low, stretching across the cosmos like a lullaby that never ends. It is so faint that for billions of years, no ear could have heard it. Yet it never stopped. The universe kept humming to itself long before eyes or consciousness could ever exist to notice. Astronomers today call it the faint heartbeat of hydrogen. It's not poetic exaggeration, it's real. That faint pulse is the first sound of structure, the earliest rhythm of the cosmos itself beginning to form. Imagine that. The entire universe asleep, but dreaming. Hydrogen atoms turning in the dark like thoughts forming in a half-conscious mind, releasing soft radio sighs across infinite space. These waves traveled endlessly, long after the atoms themselves had moved on, carrying with them the memory of a time before stars. Even though light could not escape the fog of the early universe, these radio signals could. They slipped through the darkness with ease, unblocked, unbroken, the only messengers of that era that survived to reach us. And now, billions of years later, we are finally learning to listen. Across quiet deserts and frozen plains, enormous arrays of antennas stand beneath the same stars that once began to shine. Instruments like LOFAR in Europe MWA in Australia, and Hera in South Africa. Each one built not to look, but to listen. From above, they resemble giant ears laid gently against the earth, tilted toward the heavens, trying to catch that ancient hum. They do not seek sound in the way we do. Their task is harder: to detect a frequency so weak it hides beneath the static of our own galaxy, beneath the buzz of human technology, beneath the whisper of the atmosphere itself. Astronomers must remove everything louder, all the noise, all the interference, until only the purest echo remains. It is almost a spiritual act of listening, the art of silence, of patience, of faith that something meaningful exists beneath the noise. In that sense, science and meditation are not so different. Both are ways of quieting the surface to hear what lies beneath. You can imagine them, those scientists standing in the quiet of the desert night, surrounded by machines that hum as softly as the universe once did. They wait, not for a sound they can hear, but for a pattern, a wave hidden inside static, like a heartbeat inside the wind. To study the 21 centimeter line is to listen to the first conversations of the cosmos. Each fluctuation in that frequency tells us how matter once flowed, how tiny ripples became galaxies, how darkness began to gather light. Through that signal, we can map the universe before stars, before consciousness, before time as we know it. It's strange beauty that the earliest messages of the universe are not bursts of light or sound, but quiet, invisible waves. They move not through air or water, but through the fabric of space itself, unchanged for over 13 billion years. Somewhere, deep in those waves, is the memory of the first breath the universe ever took. Perhaps that's what the 21 centimeter signal truly represents. Not just data, not just physics, but memory. The cosmos remembering itself, humming softly so it would not forget where it came from. There's a quiet lesson in that for us too. So much of life feels defined by noise, voices, thoughts, screens, plans. But beneath all of it, there is always a frequency, a pulse that never stopped. Like the universe, your mind hums even in silence. Your own heart, steady and patient, is its own 21 centimeter signal, a whisper that says, "I'm still here." Even in silence, as the narrator might say, the universe hums softly, waiting to be heard. Tonight, as you listen, imagine those invisible waves drifting across time, from the first darkness to this very moment. Imagine that every breath you take syncs for just an instant with that ancient heartbeat. The same pulse that once rippled through hydrogen atoms now flows quietly within you. The night is not empty. It never was. It's just waiting for someone to listen. Long after the faint hum of hydrogen began to fill the cosmos, the silence continued, vast, patient, infinite. The universe had spoken its first words, but not yet formed its first shapes. That 21 centimeter whisper drifted endlessly through the void, carrying a promise that one day darkness itself would learn to bloom. Out in the endless black, there were no lights, no stars, no galaxies, only invisible ripples, tiny differences in density, so small they could barely be called real. Yet within those ripples lay everything. Tiny ripples that one day will become galaxies, the scientists say, but perhaps it's easier to imagine them as the first dreams of the universe. Soft thoughts floating beneath the sleeping surface. Gravity was the quiet sculptor. Over millions of years, it gathered those invisible ripples together, pulling hydrogen toward hydrogen, turning silence into motion. At first, nothing seemed to happen. The universe was still dark, still cold, still waiting. But slowly, beneath that stillness, the seeds of light were taking root. If you could watch it unfold, it wouldn't look like an explosion. It would look like breath, a slow inhalation across cosmic time. Every ripple, every faint cluster, like a heartbeat forming in the body of creation. Close your eyes and imagine that, not as something far away, but as something inside you. The same forces that shaped galaxies are the ones that hold you together now. Every atom in your body was once part of that ancient hydrogen sea. You are quite literally made of the universe's waiting. In the stillness before stars, there was no direction, no sense of time, only the slow gathering of potential. Hydrogen clouds thickened, their atoms colliding softly like thoughts brushing past one another in a half-dream. The temperature rose. Pressure built. Somewhere in the distance, light began to whisper, though not yet strong enough to be seen. The first stars were preparing to ignite, but not yet. Not quite yet. There's something beautiful in that. The way the universe took its time. It didn't rush to become brilliant. It rested. It gathered. It waited until it was ready. Maybe that's how all beginnings should be. Not sudden, but slow. Not loud, but patient. Every dream begins in the dark. Every star begins as an uncertainty. In that one sentence lies the essence of both creation and human life. Every idea, every act of love, every moment of courage begins not with clarity, but with a question. It starts unseen, fragile, trembling inside the unknown. And yet, given time, it becomes something bright enough to change everything. The seeds beneath the darkness are not just hydrogen clouds. They are metaphors for every beginning that hides in uncertainty. Before the universe could shine, it had to rest. Before it could become light, it had to learn the language of stillness. As you listen now, you might feel that same quiet gravity inside yourself. The pull of things forming gently in the background of your own life. You don't always need to see them. Growth, after all, happens silently. Stars, too, were once invisible. If you feel lost in the dark, remember this. The universe once was, too. It spent hundreds of millions of years wrapped in shadow, unsure of what it would become. Yet inside that shadow, light was already being born. You are never truly still. Even when you rest, something within you is becoming. So breathe with the universe. Let your thoughts drift the way hydrogen once drifted, aimless, soft, and infinite. Let them settle naturally into patterns only time will reveal. There is no need to force clarity. Darkness has its own rhythm, its own wisdom. Perhaps this is what the cosmos was trying to tell us all along, that light is not the opposite of darkness, but its continuation. Out of silence comes sound, out of emptiness, form, out of rest, awakening. Nothing truly begins in light. It begins in the dark, when you rest. Let that thought linger as you close your eyes tonight. Feel the weight of calm pressing gently around you, like gravity gathering stars. You are not drifting away. You're falling inward towards something luminous waiting to be born. In this moment, the vastness of the cosmos and the stillness of your breath are the same thing. Both patient, both infinite, both quietly alive. Sleep then, the way the universe once did. Not because the journey is over, but because creation always begins in rest. The universe had been sleeping for what felt like an eternity. Beneath its blanket of hydrogen, invisible waves had rippled and gathered, preparing for something it could not yet imagine. Those ancient clouds, the seeds beneath the darkness, had grown dense enough to burn. And as if stirred from a long cosmic dream, the universe began to wake. In that awakening, the first sparks appeared, not suddenly, not in chaos, but in quiet revelation, as though awareness itself were dawning. Astronomers estimate it happened about 180 million years after the Big Bang, a heartbeat in cosmic time. In the vastness of silence, the first stars were born. Each star ignited like a thought forming in the mind of the cosmos, brief, bright, and unstoppable once it began. Imagine hydrogen atoms crushed by gravity's invisible hand, colliding and merging in a heat so fierce that darkness itself began to glow. For the first time, the universe saw its own reflection, not through mirrors or eyes, but through light. The stars were not alone for long. They gathered in clusters, in families, in the earliest galaxies. Fragile islands of brightness scattered through the deep ocean of night. The light they released did more than shine. It changed everything. Around each young star, the hydrogen fog that had veiled the cosmos began to dissolve, forming spheres of clarity, ionized bubbles that spread and merged like ripples in still water. These were the universe's first conscious breaths, its first attempt to see and be seen. Scientists call this moment the epoch of reionization, but perhaps a softer description fits better. It was the moment the universe became aware of its own existence. The fog lifted, and suddenly there was space. There was depth. There was light. It's hard to imagine such immensity, yet it is strangely familiar. Think back to your own first moments of memory, the first image that ever formed clearly in your mind. It might have been a color, a sound, a feeling. Perhaps your first memory was like that, a spark inside the dark. For the universe, those first stars were exactly that, the birth of memory, of structure, of awareness. Before them, existence had been formless, suspended. With them, creation began to think. You can almost hear it. The quiet thrill of awakening. Not a shout, but a murmur. Light touching gas. Heat stirring the cold. Every star was both a question and an answer. Who am I? It seemed to ask. And why do I shine? From a distance, it would have been beautiful beyond words. The first stars were massive, burning hot and fast, thousands of times brighter than the sun, but living only for a few million years. Their deaths were magnificent, collapsing under their own weight, exploding into supernovae that scattered the first heavy elements into the cosmos. From those remnants, future stars would inherit their glow. From that light, planets would one day be born. Each new generation of stars carried the memory of the first, brighter, richer, more complex. The cosmos was no longer asleep. It was dreaming consciously now, shaping itself with every burst of starlight. In this way, light and thought are not so different. Both begin quietly, both spread outward, and both create the space in which life can exist. Maybe that's why we find the night sky so calming. Every glimmer we see up there is an echo of that first awakening, a reminder that awareness itself was born from darkness. Carl Sagan once wrote, "We are a way for the cosmos to know itself." Perhaps that knowing began right here, In this moment, when hydrogen first turned to light and the void became aware of its own beauty, if you listen closely, you can almost feel it happening again. Not out there, but within you. The same particles that once fused in those first stars now flow through your veins. You are made of their light, their collapse, their rebirth. The universe dreamed itself into being through them, and it continues that dream through you. So tonight, as you lie beneath your own quiet sky, think of those first sparks. Think of how light was not born to destroy the dark, but to understand it, to move gently through it, to give it shape. The stars did not conquer the night. They learned to sing within it. Every shimmer above you is a continuation of that first song, the universe remembering its own melody. Each point of light is a whisper saying, I am awake. Let that thought settle into your breathing. Let it soften the edges of your day. The stars learn to shine not by fighting the darkness, but by accepting it, by using it as their stage. And perhaps that is the quiet lesson of the cosmos, that brilliance does not rush, that awakening takes time, and that even in your deepest night, there is a spark waiting, patient, eternal, and ready to rise. The first sparks had arrived, brief, radiant, and full of promise. They burned in solitude, scattered like lonely lanterns across an endless sea. Yet even a few points of light were enough to begin changing everything. Around each young star, the darkness began to shift. What had once been a thick, invisible fog of neutral hydrogen started to fade. Every photon that escaped for those first stars struck the atoms around it, knocking them apart, freeing their electrons. One by one, the bonds that held the universe in silence were undone. This slow transformation is what astronomers call cosmic reionization, the moment when light began to reshape the universe itself. But you don't need to remember the term. Just imagine standing in a vast valley at dawn, watching fog lift from the hills. The sunlight doesn't come all at once. It seeps in softly, glowing through the mist, revealing what was always there. That's what the cosmos was doing, taking its first breath of clarity. It's almost poetic to think that before the stars could fill space with beauty, they had to clear their own view. The light they created wasn't just illumination, it was transformation. Hydrogen, once still and neutral, became ionized, transparent, alive with energy. What had been a silent ocean of gas turned into a shimmering field of possibility. Each new star was a breath, each galaxy a rhythm. The cosmos inhaled, and light appeared. It exhaled, and the darkness faded. Slowly, softly, across millions of years, the fog thinned, the night opened, and space began to see itself. Scientists call this period cosmic dawn. Not because it happened quickly, but because it carried the same emotion as sunrise. That quiet revelation that the world has been there all along, simply waiting for light to touch it. If you could have watched it from afar, you would not have seen a single flash or explosion. You would have seen patches of brightness expanding gently, like soap bubbles drifting and merging in a dark ocean. Each bubble marked a region where hydrogen had been ionized, where darkness had turned transparent. Slowly, they grew, overlapped and connected, until the universe was no longer veiled but luminous. There's a rhythm in that image, not the chaos we often imagine when we think of creation, but something calm, deliberate, and full of grace. The birth of the visible universe was not a storm, it was a breath. Each new star is a breath of clarity, the universe learning to see itself. That thought feels almost human. We too come into understanding gradually. Our lives begin in confusion, in fog, and only through small moments of light do we start to see who we are. Every realization, every act of love or courage is like a tiny photon ionizing the darkness within us. Carl Sagan once wrote, "We are a way for the cosmos to know itself." Perhaps reionization was the first proof of that, the moment when knowing began, when light became not just an event, but an awareness. Think of it this way. For hundreds of millions of years, the universe existed but could not see. It was alive but unaware. Then, through the quiet persistence of gravity and time, it opened its eyes for the very first time. Light streamed outward, illuminating its own shape. It saw its galaxies form, its atoms dance, its own breath shimmer across the void. Even now, when you look up at the night sky, you are witnessing the echoes of that awakening. Every star you see is a descendant of that first generation, each one carrying the same mission: to keep the darkness honest, to remind the cosmos that it can still shine. And yet, it's important to remember that the fog was not an enemy. It was a beginning. Without that darkness, light would have had nothing to reveal. Without the stillness, there would have been no breath to break it. The universe did not fight the dark. It grew from it. In your own life too, there are fogs. Moments when clarity hides, when everything feels suspended and uncertain. But fog never means absence. It means becoming. Just as the universe once waited for its light, you are waiting for yours to emerge. So breathe with the cosmos tonight. Inhale and imagine that ancient light filling your lungs. Exhale and let the weight of the day drift away like mist at dawn. The stars are still breathing with you, their light still stretching across time, their warmth still dissolving the fog that remains between you and the infinite. The night is vast, yes, but it is not empty. It is alive with slow awakenings. The universe and you, still learning to see yourselves clearly. The fog had lifted. The darkness that once blanketed the universe was now translucent, shimmering with the newborn glow of stars. Reionization, that grand act of cosmic awakening, was nearly complete. The light that once struggled to escape was now free to travel, to wander, to tell stories across eternity. Yet even in this newfound clarity, the universe left behind an echo, a song still humming beneath the silence. That song is the 21-centimeter signal, the faint radio whisper of hydrogen that survived from the age before light. It drifts through space even now, invisible but ever present, a trace of memory encoded in the cosmos itself. To astronomers, it is more than just data. It is music. The rhythm of the universe finding its voice for the first time. Through this signal, we can replay the song of the first morning. Instruments like Hera, Lofa, and the upcoming square kilometer array are not merely machines of science. They are instruments of remembrance. Enormous cosmic ears listening to that ancient melody. They allow us to hear, in slow motion, how the darkness gave way to light, how the first galaxies danced into existence, and how the universe learned the language of brightness. Imagine that symphony, hydrogen atoms vibrating in harmony, their soft radio tones weaving together across billions of light years. Each tone represents a region of space, a note in a song that has played for over 13 billion years. Some parts are quiet, the untouched remnants of the dark ages. Others swell with brightness, the places where stars once roared to life. Together, they form a melody that still lingers through time, a lullaby of beginnings. It's hard not to feel a kind of reverence for that. The universe didn't awaken with violence, but with music. Each photon, each wave, each atom added its own sound to the great composition of being. It was not chaos, it was choreography. Not noise, but resonance. You can almost hear it if you listen. The way light hums through your own life. The way quiet moments glow softly between thoughts. As if we could replay the song of the first morning, the narrator might say. And maybe, in a way, we already do. Every sunrise, every heartbeat, every breath that fills your lungs is part of that same cosmic rhythm. Light, after all, never truly conquered the dark. It learned to live with it, to dance with it. Light did not defeat the dark. It simply learned to dance with it. That line feels simple, but it carries the weight of everything the universe has ever done. Because even now, darkness is not gone. It remains between galaxies, within shadows, around stars. But it is no longer feared. It is a part of the harmony, the pause between notes, the silence that makes music possible. Think of your own life that way. The quiet moments, the times when nothing seems to move. Those are not empty. They are the spaces where meaning gathers, where your light takes shape. Darkness does not end you. It completes you. As Carl Jung once wrote, one does not become enlightened by imagining figures of light, but by making the darkness conscious. The cosmos seems to have known this all along. Its awakening wasn't about destroying the shadows. It was about understanding them, transforming them into light that could move freely, endlessly, beautifully. If you could stand at the edge of that early universe, you would not see conflict, only balance. The dance of creation unfolding softly, each moment both an end and a beginning. Stars pulsing, hydrogen shimmering, the air of eternity breathing slowly in and out. And in that rhythm, you might feel something familiar, the same calm that lives in you now. Because that rhythm never stopped. It runs through every atom of your body, every molecule of air, every beat of your heart. You are not separate from that music. You are that music. So as you listen tonight, let the silence around you become a melody. Feel it rise and fall with your breath. Inhale, the light appears. Exhale, the darkness fades. The stars did this once, and they still do. Every moment they flare and rest, burn and cool, in a rhythm that has guided the cosmos since its first dawn. Now, breathe with the stars. They are older, but they rest too. Let that thought cradle you. You are part of something vast, but you are also allowed to rest. The universe did not rush its awakening, neither should you. Out there, hydrogen still hums, light still travels, and the song of creation still plays. Quiet, endless, eternal. And as you close your eyes, remember, you are listening not to the universe's past, but to its heartbeat. Still beating, still shining, still singing softly in the dark. Long after the first stars began to shine, their light continued to travel, stretching, fading, softening as it crossed the expanding universe. The great music of awakening slowly quieted until only faint echoes remained. But those echoes never disappeared. They drifted, hidden beneath layers of cosmic noise, waiting for someone to listen. That is where we find ourselves now, in an age not of creation, but of listening. Astronomers lean close to the void, trying to hear a sound older than memory. Imagine it, the static of a distant radio, the faint hiss that seems like nothing at first. Beneath that static lies the ancient hum of hydrogen. The same 21-centimeter whisper that once flowed through the darkness before the first light. To find it is to reach back across more than 13 billion years, to touch the earliest chapters of existence itself. But the signal is faint, unimaginably faint. By the time it reaches Earth, it is buried beneath stronger voices, the noise of our own galaxy, the chatter of human technology, the pulse of Earth's atmosphere. The Milky Way radiates waves 1,000 times louder, and we, with our phones, our satellites, our constant transmissions, only add to the noise. It's as if the universe is whispering across time, and we are shouting right over it. To listen beneath that noise requires patience and a kind of humility. Scientists build massive instruments in remote deserts and plateaus, far from the chaos of human sound. The hydrogen epoch of Ryanization Array, Hera, rests quietly in South Africa, a field of antennas shaped like open palms reaching toward the sky. In Australia, the MWA listens beneath the southern stars, while in Europe, the LOFAR network stretches like a web of consciousness across the Earth. Each one is designed not to look outward, but inward, to hear what light has long forgotten. These machines do not hunt with violence or force. They wait, they listen, they filter every layer of interference, from our galaxy's electric murmurs to the quiet breathing of our own planet, until maybe something older begins to emerge. A pattern, a pulse, a heartbeat of hydrogen that once filled all of space. It's a strange image. The greatest minds of our time, not building rockets to travel through the stars, but listening for their first song. Yet that is where true discovery lives, not in motion, but in stillness, not in conquering the universe, but in understanding its quiet. Listening beneath the noise is a kind of meditation. It mirrors the way we search for peace in our own restless minds. Before sleep, thoughts collide like particles. Memories, regrets, plans, fragments of conversation. The mind hums with static, but beneath it all, there is always something softer, a voice that waits to be heard when everything else grows still. Like your own thoughts before sleep, noisy, layered, hard to quiet. Finding the 21-centimeter signal is no different. It's not about silencing the noise, but about listening through it. Scientists use algorithms and models, but also intuition. A sense for when the chaos begins to make sense, when the pattern starts to hum back. In that way, the universe is not so much being decoded as it is being remembered. Every time astronomers catch even the faintest trace of that ancient wavelength, they are hearing the first language the cosmos ever spoke. Before stars, before galaxies, before even time had a rhythm, hydrogen was already singing. A single note stretched across eternity. And maybe that's why this search feels so human. Because deep down, we are all trying to listen for something, a truth beneath the noise of our own existence. The static of daily life can be deafening, but if we lean closer, if we quiet ourselves long enough, There is always a signal waiting underneath, the sound of being, steady and eternal. Carl Sagan once said, "Somewhere, something incredible is waiting to be known." Perhaps he didn't just mean discovery. Perhaps he meant remembrance. Because what we are really searching for through all our telescopes and equations is connection. Proof that the universe still speaks and that we still have the capacity to hear. Out there, in the silence between galaxies, the 21 centimeters signal drifts on, unchanged, undiminished, carrying the memory of the universe's first dawn. And here, on this small blue planet, we listen, not to conquer the dark, but to understand it. So, as you lie here tonight, let the soft hum of the universe blend with the rhythm of your own breath. Imagine those radio waves washing gently over you, ancient, steady, patient. The cosmos has been whispering for billions of years. All we ever had to do was listen. Beneath the hum of radio static and the whisper of stars, the listening continues. The search for the 21 centimeter signal is not a race. It is an act of patience, an art of waiting for the universe to reveal itself. Astronomers call their great observatories instruments, but in truth, they are more like monuments to stillness. Across remote deserts and open plains, these machines of silence reach toward the heavens, built not to shout into space, but to listen. The hydrogen epoch of Rayonization Array, Hera, stretches quietly across South Africa's Karoo Desert, a landscape so dry even time seems to pause there. Rows of antennas rise from the earth like meditating monks, their metal faces tilted upward, waiting for the faintest whisper from the ancient night. Thousands of miles away, the foundations of a new generation of telescopes are being laid. The Square Kilometer Array, SKA, the largest radio observatory ever imagined. When completed, it will be capable of detecting signals billions of years old, tracing the universe's earliest breaths with the precision of a heartbeat monitor. Yet, despite its size and ambition, SKA's purpose remains simple: to listen quietly enough to hear what the universe has been saying all along. Listening, in this context, is not passive. It is devotion. It requires scientists to tune out every distraction, from the buzz of Earth's atmosphere to the artificial noise of our modern world. It's a task so delicate that even an airplane passing hundreds of miles away can drown out the ancient song they are trying to hear. And so, they build these observatories in the most silent corners of the planet, where the night is still pure and the stars can speak freely. Among these efforts came one moment of unexpected wonder: the Edges experiment in 2018. In the vast emptiness of the Australian outback, a single antenna the size of a table caught something extraordinary: a faint dip in radio frequency, an absorption deeper than any scientist had predicted. It was the universe itself, absorbing its own light. For a moment, it seemed as if we had heard the breath of creation. If true, the researchers said, it means the dark itself once touched the light. Those words carry more than scientific meaning. They speak to something timeless. The idea that even darkness participates in the act of becoming. That perhaps the unseen and the unknown are not empty, but alive. The signal Edges detected was faint, fragile, but unmistakably real. It hinted at something extraordinary, that the hydrogen from the cosmic dawn had cooled more than expected, possibly interacting with another hidden form of matter. Some scientists whispered the phrase dark matter coupling. Others called it simply a mystery. Dark matter, that invisible substance making up most of the universe, may have once reached out to ordinary matter, sharing its silence, altering its temperature, leaving behind the faintest mark of its presence. If so, that moment was not just a meeting of physics, but of poetry, a handshake between the seen and the unseen. It reminds us that discovery is not always about clarity. Sometimes it's about patience, allowing the unknown to remain mysterious long enough to speak in its own language. The astronomers studying these signals do not rush. They refine, they question, they listen again. For them, progress is measured not in certainty, but in quiet confidence. There's a tenderness in that, a respect for the universe's timing. The cosmos does not reveal its secrets to those who demand them, but to those who wait, who listen, who trust that truth moves slowly, like light crossing an ocean of space. The night sky, after all, has never stopped sending its messages. We are only now learning how to slow down enough to hear them. Perhaps that's the hidden lesson behind all of this. That patience is not absence, but participation. Just as Hera and Ska listen to the cosmos without interruption, we too can learn to listen to our own inner quiet. Beneath all the noise of modern life, beneath thoughts, screens, and the hum of expectation, there is always a deeper signal waiting to be heard. Carl Sagan once wrote, "The universe is not required to be in perfect harmony with human ambition." And perhaps that is the beauty of it. The universe moves at its own pace, unfolds in its own rhythm. Slow, vast, deliberate. Our role is not to rush it, but to join it. So as you listen tonight, imagine those machines of silence, their antennas gleaming under the starlight, their circuits tuned to the ancient frequency of existence. Imagine the scientists who wait beside them, their faces calm, their ears open, their hearts full of wonder. Out there, beyond the hum of civilization, the universe is still speaking. And somewhere within that quiet, we are learning to listen again. After years of listening, of filtering noise from meaning, of waiting for whispers older than time, there comes a quiet understanding. The universe has always been speaking. The question was never whether it would speak to us, but whether we would ever grow still enough to hear it. The experiments, Hera, Ska, Edges, are more than telescopes. They are extensions of our own senses, our own longing to reconnect with where we came from. Each machine turns its ear toward the ancient night, reaching back across billions of years to touch the same silence that once existed before stars. Through them, the universe is not just being observed, it is being remembered. That's the gentle truth that begins to unfold here. In listening to the cosmos, we are, in some deep and quiet way, listening to ourselves. Maybe that's what science truly is. The universe listening to itself through us. Think about that for a moment. Every measurement, every telescope, every faint signal we trace back through time, all of it is the cosmos becoming self-aware. The atoms that make up our hands once belonged to dying stars. The calcium in our bones, the iron in our blood, the oxygen we breathe, all forged in furnaces billions of years before we existed. When we point our antennas to the sky, It is not us looking outward. It is the universe turning its gaze inward, trying to recognize its own reflection. It's humbling and it's beautiful. The same hydrogen atoms that once whispered across cosmic darkness are now inside us, forming our thoughts, carrying our breath, giving life to the consciousness that dares to ask why. It's as if creation gave itself a voice, and that voice is ours. As we listen for the faint heartbeat of hydrogen, the signal of the 21 centimeter line, we are not just hearing the past. We're hearing our origin story. We're hearing the beginning of sound, the first pulse that eventually became thought, emotion, music, and meaning. That fragile hum is the parent note of everything that has ever resonated, from the vibration of strings in a symphony to the quiet rhythm of your heartbeat. In this sense, the 21 centimeter signal isn't just data, it's remembrance. It's the cosmos tracing its lineage back through time, reminding itself that even in silence, there was always a song. When Carl Sagan said, "We are a way for the cosmos to know itself," he wasn't speaking metaphorically. He meant it, literally. Every act of discovery, every moment of awareness is the universe folding back on itself in recognition. You are part of that process. You are the means by which starlight remembers it once existed. So as you imagine those machines of silence out there in the dark, their antennas glimmering under ancient starlight, think of how they mirror you. They listen. They wait. They collect faint traces of meaning from the static. Isn't that what you do too, in the stillness of night? You listen beneath the noise of your own thoughts, searching for the voice that speaks softly from within. There's something sacred about that parallel. The human heart and the cosmic antenna, both tuned to the same frequency of wonder. We listen not to master the universe, but to belong to it. We search for signals not because we doubt they exist, but because deep down we know they must. Every discovery begins in silence. Every understanding begins in humility. The universe did not reveal itself to those who shouted loudest, but to those who sat quietly and paid attention. And maybe that's the lesson this cosmic journey offers us. That listening, whether to the stars or to ourselves, is an act of love. So breathe. Feel how your body expands and contracts with the rhythm of the night, the same way galaxies breathe with their light, inhaling and exhaling across billions of years. You are made of that rhythm. You are not separate from it. The sound you hear in your mind, that soft hum between thoughts, is not empty. It's the echo of the same frequency the universe has been humming since the beginning. It's the song of being, quiet, eternal, patient. And you, too, are part of that silence tonight. Let that thought settle over you like starlight, gentle, weightless, endless. Out there, the universe listens to itself through your breath, your awareness, your quiet wonder. You are the receiver and the signal, the listener and the song. So as you drift now, let go of the need to understand. The universe does not need your certainty. It only asks for your stillness. Somewhere in that stillness, you will hear it. The hum of creation, soft and steady, waiting to be recognized. Close your eyes. Let the silence expand. You are not alone in it. You are the silence, the light, the memory. The universe hearing itself once more. The universe had been listening to itself for billions of years, through light, through hydrogen, through silence. Yet not all its messages come as whispers. Some arrive as travelers, swift and unseen, carrying stories from the farthest reaches of existence. They do not speak in light or sound, but in motion, ancient particles journeying across the darkness, crossing galaxies just to touch us. Astronomers call them cosmic rays, high-energy messengers from the unknown. They are fragments of atoms stripped bare and hurled through space by the most violent events in the cosmos: supernovae, quasars, and the magnetic storms of galaxies colliding. They travel near the speed of light, invisible to the eye, yet constant in their arrival, like a rain of invisible fire falling gently on Earth. Every second, millions of them pass through you, through your skin, your bones, your breath, without you ever feeling them. They come from places you cannot see, carrying energies so immense that they defy imagination. Some have traveled for billions of years, crossing the quiet between galaxies, slowed only by time itself. It is humbling to think that right now, even as you lie still, you are being touched by particles born in the death throes of ancient stars. The same stars whose light we study are still reaching us, not only as photons, but as matter, the physical echoes of their existence. Scientists measure these cosmic travelers in places like the Pierre Auger Observatory in Argentina and the Telescope Array in Utah. Vast fields of detectors stretch across silent landscapes, waiting for the faint flashes of light produced. When cosmic rays collide with Earth's atmosphere, each flash is a footprint, a record of a journey billions of years long, ending here in this quiet corner of the universe. Some of these particles carry so much energy that physicists speak of the GZK cutoff, a theoretical limit to how powerful a cosmic ray can be before it loses energy to the cosmic microwave background. And yet, there are particles that seem to defy even that rule, as if the universe itself sometimes forgets its own boundaries. But this isn't a story about equations or limits. It's about wonder, the kind that arises when you realize how far a single particle can travel and how patiently it moves through the endless night just to reach us. Beneath the storms of stars, they travel endlessly. The phrase sounds poetic, but it is true. Space, in its stillness, is not empty. It is alive with motion, streams of energy moving invisibly between galaxies, weaving connections between worlds that will never meet. These particles are the quiet couriers of cosmic history, carrying within them the memory of every collision, every explosion, every transformation that shaped the stars. And perhaps in a way, they mirror us. We too are travelers, shaped by forces older than memory, driven by invisible energies we do not fully understand. We move through the world, leaving traces of ourselves in places and people, sometimes without realizing how far we've gone or how deeply we've touched others. Sometimes, as the storyteller might say, your own thoughts travel that far before returning home. Just as these particles wander through the vastness of the cosmos, our minds wander through the vastness of being, traveling through memory, through hope, through questions we may never answer. And yet, somehow, they find their way back. Cosmic rays remind us that even in an infinite universe, everything is connected. Each journey, no matter how distant, has a destination. Each motion, no matter how small, leaves an imprint on something else. Carl Sagan once wrote, "The cosmos is within us. We are made of star stuff. Perhaps these rays are the universe's way of proving it. Tangible pieces of stars reaching across eternity to remind us that we are not separate from the sky above, but continuous with it. There's something deeply peaceful in that realization. To think that even the most energetic particles, born in chaos, eventually arrive here, where everything slows, where they dissolve softly into our atmosphere, like raindrops fading into soil. If you step outside on a still night and lift your eyes toward the stars, you might not see them, but they are there, drifting through you, ancient and tireless. The night air you breathe carries the memory of explosions billions of years old. So as you breathe now, let your thoughts move like those cosmic travelers, far, free, unhurried. Let them drift beyond your worries, beyond the edges of your known world. Somewhere out there, a particle that left its home before Earth even formed is just arriving, silently, without fanfare. That is what patience looks like on a cosmic scale, not waiting for time to pass, but simply existing within it. Tonight, as you rest beneath the quiet hum of the universe, remember, every heartbeat, every breath, every thought is part of that same story. The endless rain of energy falling gently across time, carrying messages from the unknown, finding their way home in you. The rain of cosmic rays never truly stops. Each invisible drop carries the story of its origin. The echo of exploding stars, the pulse of distant galaxies, the shimmer of energy born in chaos. Yet, beyond even that storm of motion, there exists something quieter, something so elusive that it slips through stars, through planets, through you, without ever slowing down. These are the neutrinos, the universe's quietest travelers. Every second, trillions of them pass through your body. They stream from the sun, from ancient supernovae, from the heart of distant galaxies. They pass through walls, mountains, and oceans as if matter itself were nothing but mist. You never feel them, yet they are always there. Small, nearly massless particles whispering across time. Physicists once called them ghost particles, not because they haunt us, but because they defy our senses. They are the most abundant travelers in the universe, and yet the most invisible. They do not shine, they do not linger, they simply pass through. To detect them requires something extraordinary: patience, stillness, and a willingness to listen to what can barely be heard. Deep beneath the ice of Antarctica lies Ice Cube, a vast observatory that listens for the rare flashes of blue light created when a neutrino, against all odds, collides with another particle. Thousands of sensors embedded in the frozen darkness watch silently, waiting for that single flicker, the sigh of a ghost passing through eternity. In Japan, beneath a mountain, another such sanctuary rests, Super Kamiokande. It is a giant underground chamber filled with pure water, surrounded by photomultiplier tubes that wait for faint ripples of light, the whispers of passing neutrinos, and soon the next generation of detectors, Hyper Kamiokande and beyond, will join the listening. These places are not just laboratories. They are temples of patience, cathedrals built to honor the quietest voice in creation. Scientists often describe them as machines built under ice to catch a single sigh of the cosmos. Imagine that for a moment. Human beings, tiny inhabitants of a small planet, building instruments the size of cities just to hear something that passes through us billions of times per second, unnoticed. It is both humbling and deeply poetic. Neutrinos carry stories older than the stars. They were born in the first seconds after the Big Bang, when the universe was still a sea of light and energy. The cosmic neutrino background, CNB, a faint, invisible echo of that ancient time, still fills all of space today. If light tells us what the universe looked like 380,000 years after its birth, neutrinos tell us what it felt like only 1 second after it began. They are, in a sense, the universe's memory of its own heartbeat. And yet, for all their mystery, neutrinos ask nothing from us but attention. The same kind of attention you give to silence when you're trying to fall asleep. They remind us that the most profound truths often move quietly, without demanding to be seen or understood. You don't need to understand everything. Some truths pass through you, unseen, like neutrinos. That line holds both comfort and freedom. Not everything meaningful must be grasped or measured. Some things are meant to flow through you, leaving behind only a sense of peace. Like neutrinos, they travel without resistance, without fear, simply existing. If you think about it, there's something spiritual about their nature. They are neither bound by light nor trapped by matter. They move through stars as easily as through your hand. They connect all things, the heart of a collapsing supernova to the breath of a sleeping child, in a single, invisible thread. Perhaps that's what makes them so beautiful. They are not a metaphor for mystery. They are mystery itself, translated into motion. Carl Sagan once said, "Somewhere, something incredible is waiting to be known." But what if some things are not meant to be known in the way we expect? What if they are meant to be felt? Subtle, fleeting, passing through us like starlight through water. You don't have to see the neutrinos to know they're there, just as you don't have to see the wind to feel its touch, or hear the universe to know it sings. You only have to be still enough to notice. So tonight, as you breathe, imagine the countless neutrinos moving through you. Ancient messengers from the beginning of time, each one carrying a memory older than light itself. They don't stop, they don't slow. They simply move through everything, including you. And in that thought, there is peace. Because maybe awareness doesn't come from holding on, but from letting things pass through, from trusting that even the unseen can leave an imprint, from realizing that you, too, are part of the flow, quiet, infinite, and full of wonder. Close your eyes. Feel that endless movement, that invisible thread that ties you to every star, every atom, every moment that has ever existed. You are surrounded by ghost travelers, gentle, ancient, patient. And tonight, as they pass through you, the universe itself pauses to breathe. Deep beneath the silence of the earth, the great detectors continue to listen. Their waters shimmer faintly, their sensors wait without hurry, and their data flows like quiet poetry, each number a trace of something that once passed through unnoticed. The neutrinos, those ghostly travelers, are still speaking. And now, after decades of listening, we are beginning to understand the language. The faint flashes captured in the ice cube Super Kamiokande and Borexino detectors are not random events. They are sentences in an ancient, hidden conversation, one between the universe and itself. Each neutrino carries a story of collapsing stars, of violent creation, of what happens in the hidden heart of matter when light is not enough to tell the tale. When a massive star reaches the end of its life, it doesn't simply fade, it implodes, collapsing under its own gravity, crushing its atoms until the core can no longer resist. For a brief instant, the universe pauses, and then, in one breathtaking burst, the star releases a flood of neutrinos, more than it has emitted in its entire lifetime. These ghost particles escape long before the light does, traveling freely through the chaos, carrying with them the first news of death, or perhaps of rebirth. In 1987, detectors on Earth caught such a message. The neutrinos from supernova 1987A, arriving hours before the explosion's light reached us. It was the universe whispering, "It has begun." That single event changed how we understood both stars and silence. For the first time, we were not just watching the cosmos, we were listening to it. Through neutrinos, scientists have mapped the invisible architecture of existence, the structure of galaxies, the behavior of nuclear fusion, and even the possible nature of dark matter, that unseen substance making up most of the universe's mass. These ghostly messengers reveal what photons cannot. The inner conversations of the cosmos taking place in the dark. It is almost poetic, isn't it? The most elusive particles in the universe helping us understand the most mysterious forces that hold it together. Perhaps meaning itself lives in what cannot be seen. Even the invisible has meaning. That truth reaches far beyond physics. It touches the way we live, the way we feel, the way we search for understanding in the quiet spaces of our own hearts. Not every truth can be measured. Not every connection can be named. But they exist, subtle, invisible, and real, like the neutrinos passing through you this very second. Physicists often describe neutrinos as messengers of the core. They emerge from places no light can reach, the hearts of supernovae, the depths of collapsing galaxies, the dense beginnings of the universe itself. They carry with them the imprint of what happened there, untouched, uncorrupted. They are not hindered by matter or distance. They do not decay easily. They persist, silent, eternal, faithful. If light is the voice of the visible universe, then neutrinos are its inner thoughts, private, gentle, and profound. It's humbling to realize that while we live our lives, while we breathe, dream, and sleep, billions of these ghost particles pass through us every second, through your skin, through your bones, through your heart. They do not disturb, they do not harm. They simply move through, quietly reminding you that you are part of something vast, something ancient, something ongoing. Carl Sagan once said, "We are star stuff contemplating the stars, but perhaps we are more than that. We are also the silence between the stars, the invisible rhythm that ties them together. We are made not only of what shines, but of what passes unseen. Thoughts, emotions, particles, and memories that drift through space and through us alike. Neutrinos remind us that existence is not defined by visibility. Just because something cannot be seen does not mean it lacks purpose. The strongest forces, after all, gravity, love, time, are invisible. Yet they shape everything. You don't need to understand every mystery to feel connected to it. Some truths are meant to be experienced, not explained. Like music heard through a wall. You may not catch every note, but you still sense its beauty. So as you listen tonight, imagine those neutrinos flowing through you, billions at this very moment, traveling from the hearts of stars, through oceans and mountains, through time itself. They are the softest reminders that you belong to a universe that never stops speaking, even when it seems quiet. Billions of them pass through you right now. Gentle reminders that you belong to something vast. Let that thought settle over you. Let it breathe with you. The hidden conversation continues in the silence of the night, in the rhythm of your heartbeat, in the quiet hum of the cosmos surrounding us all. Close your eyes. Feel the peace in knowing that even what passes unseen leaves its mark. You are part of the dialogue, written not in light but in motion, carried across eternity by the universe's most silent messengers. Long after the last neutrino has passed through you, and the final star of this generation burns its quiet light into the night, something remains, a gentle residue of everything that has ever shone. It lingers like warmth after a fire, or the fading scent of sunlight on your skin. That soft, eternal trace is what astronomers call the extragalactic background light, or EBL, the faint glow that fills the universe, created by the combined light of every star that has ever lived. Every flicker, every sunrise, every dying ember of a galaxy contributes to this invisible ocean of radiance. It is, in a way, the memory of the cosmos, a record written not in words, but in photons. The universe keeps its memories as light. Think of that for a moment. Every beam that has ever left a star still travels somewhere, still exists, still moves through space at 186,000 miles per second, never stopping, never fading completely. Even the smallest candle of the night sky contributes to this grand cosmic memory. Astronomers measure the EBL not by direct sight. It is too faint, too intertwined with brighter lights, but by listening to its echoes. When high-energy gamma rays from distant galaxies travel toward Earth, they sometimes collide with the sea of ancient light, leaving behind subtle traces in their spectrum. Instruments like Fermi-LAT and HESS detect these tiny interruptions, like hearing the softest echo of every sunrise that ever was. Through these quiet patterns, scientists reconstruct the story of starlight, the rise and fall of galaxies, the rhythm of cosmic creation, the long twilight of time. It is remarkable, really. The universe is old, almost 14 billion years, yet none of its light is truly lost. Every photon ever emitted from a star still drifts somewhere in space, carrying with it a fragment of history. That means that when you look at the night sky, you are not just seeing stars as they are, but as they were. Each point of light is an ancient postcard still traveling toward you through the vast silence. Just as your own mind holds faint memories of days long gone, faces, laughter, the scent of rain on a forgotten morning, the cosmos holds its memories as light, some of it bright, some of it dim, but all of it still there, quietly illuminating the emptiness between galaxies. The EBL is not a blaze of brilliance. It's a whisper of presence. It's the soft glow that fills the universe when no single star remains to shine, the collective afterglow of all that has ever existed. Carl Sagan once said, "A book is proof that humans are capable of working magic." Perhaps the same could be said of the cosmos. The EBL is proof that existence itself works magic, that nothing luminous ever truly disappears. It only spreads thinner, softer, more eternal. If you listen to the night carefully enough, you might feel it. That quiet pulse of light surrounding everything, even now. It's in the faint glow of the Milky Way, in the darkness between stars, in the shimmer of the horizon before dawn. So tonight, as you lie beneath the sky, imagine it not as blackness, but as a canvas of memory, a gentle film of light from every soul of a star that ever burned. Each photon passing over you has traveled billions of years just to arrive, carrying the warmth of creation itself. The universe remembers everything. It remembers through you too, through the light that shines in your eyes, through the spark that makes you wonder, through the quiet awareness that keeps you looking up. All that ever was still glows softly. You too are part of that afterglow. Every ray of light carries a memory, but like all memories, not everyone remains clear. As the photons of long-dead stars drift across the expanding universe, they pass through clouds of cosmic dust, tiny grains of carbon, silicate, and ice, the remains of what was once alive and burning. Over billions of years, these particles scatter, absorb, and soften the light until what reaches us is no longer sharp brilliance, but something gentler, a glow filtered by time itself. The universe, in its endless patience, keeps all things but blurs their edges. What we see now is the dreamlike version of what once was. The dust between stars, as one astronomer once said, is like the years between your memories. It doesn't erase them. It only changes how they feel. 10 billion years ago, the cosmos was in its most creative age, the peak of star formation, a time when galaxies blazed with newborn light. Stars were being born 1,000 times faster than they are today. Space itself shimmered with youth and energy, every corner ignited with creation. But nothing burns forever. As hydrogen was spent, the cosmic pace slowed. The fires softened, galaxies aged, and the light of the universe changed from fierce to tender. Once, we might say, the universe was ablaze. Now it glows softly like embers fading into peace. Even this fading is beautiful. It is the natural rhythm of all things that live, to shine, to age, to quiet. The universe has not gone dark. It has grown wise. It no longer rushes to create, but rests in what it has already made. We see this serenity most clearly through the eyes of the James Webb Space Telescope, or JWST, which peers through the dust to glimpse the faintest galaxies of the early universe. Its mirrors capture light that has traveled for over 13 billion years, light that began its journey when the first stars were still forming. And as JWST sends those images home, we are reminded that time does not erase. It only deepens the silence between what was and what is. Through its golden lens, we see cosmic dust not as an obstacle, but as a veil, soft, protective, and luminous. That dust, born from the ashes of dying stars, now shelters the birth of new ones. Creation and decay dance together in the same quiet rhythm. If you look up tonight, the light that touches your eyes may have begun its journey before Earth even existed. It has wandered through dust, storms, and collisions, carrying with it the story of everything that has ever glowed. And now it rests upon you, a traveler finally home. Perhaps that is what all light seeks, not eternity, but arrival. Not permanence, but peace. Carl Sagan once wrote, "For small creatures such as we, the vastness is bearable only through love." Maybe dust and time are the universe's way of showing love, softening the brilliance so we can see not with awe alone, but with tenderness. So breathe for a moment. Imagine the stars dimming not from loss, but from rest. Their light still travels, just slower now, quieter, gentler. The night around you isn't empty. It's full of memories, glowing softly in the dust between galaxies. What you see when you look up is not the end of light, but its transformation. The calm after 1 billion years of shining. And in that calm, perhaps you can feel it too. The beauty of fading, the peace of stillness, and the grace of time itself slowing to a whisper. Even through the quiet veil of dust and distance, the universe still glows. Its light, softened by time, still wanders freely, ancient, unhurried, and endlessly patient. The stars that once burned fiercely may now be gone, their fires extinguished billions of years ago. Yet their light continues to travel, crossing the vast silence of space to find its way here, to this moment, to you. Astronomers call this fossil light, the final gift of stars long past. It is proof that even after something ends, its essence can endure. Each photon that touches your eyes tonight began its journey before Earth had oceans, before life had breath. And still, it arrives, unchanged in its devotion, keeping a promise made at the dawn of time. Every photon is a promise kept across time. It's a simple truth, but one filled with quiet power. Light does not fade the moment its source is gone. It continues to move, to give, to illuminate. It reminds us that endings are not always absences, that what is gone can still give warmth to the present. In this way, the cosmos becomes a teacher. It shows us that presence does not require permanence, and that even silence carries echoes of what once was. Just as the light of vanished stars still reaches us, the love, kindness, and thoughts we send into the world may go farther than we will ever know. They too become their own kind of afterglow, soft, unseen, but real. The extragalactic background light, the collective shimmer of all stars that ever lived, is the physical embodiment of that truth. It fills the spaces between galaxies like a quiet memory, a cosmic tenderness that never quite fades. In a universe where everything expands and drifts apart, light is the one thing that still connects it all. Carl Sagan once said, "To small beings such as we, the vastness is bearable only through love." Perhaps love and light are not so different. Both are acts of persistence. Both continue even when the source is no longer visible. Both move silently across distance and time, carrying meaning long after they were first released. So when you gaze into the night, remember that what you see is not the present, but a map of memory. Every glimmer is a story still unfolding, a word spoken billions of years ago that has just now reached your ears. Each faint sparkle above you is a promise that nothing truly disappears. It only changes form. You, too, are made of that afterglow, the recycled light of stars that once lived, once burned, and now rest in you. You are not separate from the cosmos. You are its continuation, its echo, its gentle persistence. Every breath you take is part of that long conversation between time and light. Even the darkest night will end and the sun will rise, wrote Victor Hugo. But perhaps the stars whisper something softer. Even when the sun has set, light never truly dies. So now, as the music of the universe slows, let your thoughts dim like the ancient stars. Let their calm fill you, their patience quiet you. You are part of a story that began with fire and still glows with peace. You are a flicker in the endless chain of illumination shining quietly in someone's night. And as the cosmos breathes, so do you. Now let your light rest. Not extinguished, only softened, drifting peacefully, like starlight finally finding its home. Let your thoughts drift with the oldest light still traveling through space. Not the sharp light of stars, nor the glowing dust of galaxies, but a whisper of illumination that has crossed billions of years to reach you. The extragalactic background light, or EBL. It is the softest glow of eternity, the sum of all radiance ever released by every star, every nebula, every fire that has ever burned in the universe. Imagine standing beneath a night sky not as a witness, but as a participant in something timeless. The faint shimmer that fills the darkness between galaxies is not empty. It is memory. Scientists describe EBL as the integrated light from all cosmic history, an ocean of ancient photons that have scattered, faded, and blended into a background glow. But when you close your eyes and breathe, it becomes something simpler, a quiet reminder that the universe never forgets its own story. Each particle of light is a traveler, a message sent from a moment that still exists somewhere in space-time. If you could see beyond the visible spectrum, past the darkness that your eyes mistake for emptiness, you would find that the universe glows everywhere. The sky itself is made of memories. These words might not appear in any textbook, yet they are true in every sense. The cosmic background light is like dust made of time. Ancient starlight scattered so thin it no longer shines as a point, but as a feeling. It surrounds us, within and beyond our sight, a veil woven from the remnants of creation. Astronomers often say that looking at the night sky is like looking into the past. But EBL takes this further. It is not just one memory, it is all memories layered together. The light from a galaxy 10 billion years away mingles with the afterglow of another twice as old. Their radiance merges in silence, forming the soft, invisible sea that drifts through the cosmic void. It is the light of everything that has ever been. Stretched, cooled, but never destroyed. Energy cannot be created or destroyed, Einstein reminded us. It can only be changed from one form to another. Perhaps that is what this glow really is. The emotional echo of physics itself. Light that once ignited worlds now lingers as a background hum, softer than any sound, older than any dawn. And if you listen closely, you might sense a connection between the faint cosmic glow and the dim sparks that move through your own thoughts. Your memories, too, are scattered light, faint but never lost. Each one a photon of emotion, a pulse of time crossing the vastness of your inner universe. Imagine for a moment that your mind is a galaxy filled with moments, each shining for a while before fading into the background. Some memories remain bright, others dim, but none truly disappear. They blend into a quiet radiance, shaping who you are, even when you forget. That is what the EBL teaches us. Not just about stars and galaxies, but about ourselves. Astronomers measure this faint light using satellites and telescopes sensitive to infrared and gamma rays. But for the dreamer, the poet, the sleeper, it requires no instrument at all, just presence, stillness, the willingness to see not with the eyes, but with awareness. Because EBL is not meant to dazzle, it is meant to comfort. It tells us that even in the deepest night, the universe is never completely dark. Somewhere in this glow lies the light of the first sunrise, the flicker of dying stars, the reflections of cosmic dust drifting through infinite space. Together, they weave the tapestry of time. And tonight, as you lie in the quiet of your room, that tapestry touches you too. So breathe softly as the universe once did. The light that fills the cosmos also fills you. A gentle reminder that you are not separate from it. You are part of this faint glow of eternity, a living fragment of the oldest memory in existence. We are the way for the cosmos to know itself. Carl Sagan once said, "Perhaps that is why this light still travels, because knowing, remembering, and being are all the same act." And as your thoughts begin to quiet, imagine the EBL surrounding you like a soft halo, not to be seen, but to be felt. The faintest glow, the calmest pulse, the eternal warmth of something that began long before you and will continue long after. Now, let that light rest within you. You are safe here, among the memories of stars. Somewhere in the quiet between galaxies, the faint afterglow of all creation drifts like mist, unseen but everywhere. In the last chapter, we touch this cosmic memory, this faint glow of eternity. Yet, for astronomers, to simply know it exists is not enough. They want to measure it, to listen for its heartbeat across time. But how do you measure something that cannot be seen, that does not shine on its own? The extragalactic background light is not a single beam, but an ocean of photons spread so thin that it hides within the darkness. It is the ghost of every star that ever lived. Light scattered, stretched, and softened by the expansion of the universe. To find it, scientists must look for what it does rather than what it is. They do this through what physicists call gamma ray attenuation, the way high-energy light from distant galaxies fades as it travels through the fog of old starlight. Instruments like Fermi-Lat and Hess don't capture the glow directly. Instead, they watch how it dims other light, how ancient photons quietly absorb and weaken the brighter, younger ones that cross their path. Like watching the ripples on water to know that wind once passed over it. It is a delicate art, listening to the softest echo of every sunrise. Each gamma ray that reaches Earth has fought its way through billions of years of scattered light. Some never make it. They collide with old photons from forgotten stars and vanish, turning their energy into a whisper that no eye can see. But from those disappearances, scientists can reconstruct a map, a picture of how much invisible light fills the universe. You might think of it like this. The cosmos has its own weather, its own invisible fog. And the astronomers are reading it not with sight, but with patience. They call it attenuation, but you might call it empathy. A way of understanding something not by its brightness, but by its absence. Even what we cannot see shapes everything we do. The EBL teaches us that truth, because even the unseen leaves fingerprints. Just as gamma rays fade through the cosmic mist, our own lives are filled with things that cannot be directly measured. Love, memory, hope. You don't see them, but you know they shape the light of your days. Astronomers spend years collecting these faint signals. Fermi-Lat, orbiting above Earth's atmosphere, records gamma rays from distant blazars, galaxies whose jets of energy point directly toward us. Hess, deep in the Namibian desert, watches the same light as it strikes Earth's air, turning invisible radiation into brief blue flashes. From those flashes, patterns emerge, faint curves on a graph that whisper of something ancient, hidden, and omnipresent. Each data point is like a note in a cosmic symphony, each silence a rest that carries meaning. When combined, they form a melody older than galaxies, the soft hum of every sunrise that has ever been. To measure the EBL is to practice humility. It's not about seeing more, but about accepting that the universe hides more than it reveals. As Carl Sagan once said, somewhere, something incredible is waiting to be known. That waiting is part of the beauty. Close your eyes for a moment and imagine the invisible sea. Waves of light moving through you right now. Ancient photons brushing your skin, having traveled for 10 billion years just to pass unnoticed through your room. You cannot see them, you cannot touch them, but they are here. Gentle reminders that existence is built as much from the unseen as from the visible. Perhaps that's what science, at its most poetic, truly is. An act of listening. Not to noise, but to quiet. Not to brightness, but to its fading. In the same way, you might find that your own life glows most softly in silence. That the things you cannot measure, kindness, presence, love, are the ones that define you. So as the night deepens, imagine this: a vast, invisible sea stretching across the universe, holding the memory of every dawn that ever was. Somewhere in that endless ocean, Earth floats quietly, wrapped in the faint warmth of light, too old to remember its source. You are part of that sea, drifting through it, shaped by it, glowing faintly with it. Even the light you cannot see sees you. Beyond the instruments, beyond the data, beyond even the faintest whisper of detection, what remains is not science, but wonder. In the stillness of that realization, something shifts. The extragalactic background light stops being just a measurement and becomes a feeling, the afterglow of all things. Every photon ever born, every spark from every star that ever lived, still drifts through this vast unfolding night. None of it has truly vanished. The universe has kept every promise of its past, gathering it all into one infinite glow, faint, ancient, and everywhere at once. Astronomers see it as data, but you might feel it as presence, a soft radiance woven through the dark, humming like a memory you can almost recall. Every photon is a promise kept across time. Think about that. Every particle of light that has ever left a sun, every flicker that once illuminated a planet or warmed a world, still travels onward, across billions of years, never stopping, never resting, just spreading thinner and softer until it becomes part of this quiet background. And yet, that same light is within you, your body, your mind, your very being, all born from the same cosmic fire that once filled the young universe. The carbon in your blood was forged in stars. The calcium in your bones was born in their deaths. The oxygen in your lungs was once part of a supernova's breath. When you inhale, you breathe starlight made invisible by time. Carl Sagan once said, "We are made of star stuff." It was not poetry, it was truth. The extragalactic background light, that faint hum of eternity, is not only out there, it shines inside us too, carried in our cells, in our thoughts, in the warmth that still burns behind our quietest emotions. If you could see yourself the way the universe does, you wouldn't see a single person standing alone under a night sky. you'd see a constellation, a small living pattern of light glowing softly against the vastness. The EBL is the bridge between you and that immensity. It reminds you that you are not just in the universe. You are part of it, inseparable, luminous. Scientists spend decades tracing the faintest curves of its spectrum, but you can feel it in a single moment of stillness. Every breath, every heartbeat is a continuation of the same rhythm that began billions of years ago, when the first atoms came together to form stars. Somewhere in that glow, the blueprint of your existence was written. In the end, it's not the brightness that matters, it's endurance. Light does not vanish when it fades. It becomes memory. It becomes warmth. It becomes meaning, just like the moments of your own life. The laughter, the silence, the love. Each one leaves a trace, a photon of being that adds to the quiet glow of who you are. When you look up at the sky, you are not looking into distance. You are looking into reflection. Every star you see is not just a light in the past. It is a mirror of your own origins. The same atoms that ignite those distant suns once drifted through the same dust that became you. So as you lie there tonight, let this truth settle in your heart. You, too, are made of that quiet light. You are the continuation of the cosmos, the echo of its first illumination, the carrier of its softest radiance. You are part of the same glow that scientists call background light, poets call eternity, and dreamers simply call home. Somewhere, a photon that began its journey before Earth even existed is touching your skin right now. It has traveled across the impossible distances of time and emptiness, only to arrive here, to remind you that nothing is ever truly gone, only transformed. So close your eyes. Let the universe rest through you. Let its glow soften your thoughts and slow your breath. Even in darkness, you are surrounded by light, ancient, patient, and kind. And perhaps that is the universe's final lullaby, that everything which ever burned still glows quietly within us. Let that light rest in you tonight. In the quiet afterglow of light, we left behind the hum of ancient photons, drifting through eternity, carrying the memories of every star that ever lived. Yet that glow, faint and everlasting, tells only half the story. For even as light travels, space itself is moving. It stretches, expands, breathes gently, endlessly, changing the meaning of distance and time. This is where science listens deeper into the subtle murmurs of the cosmos. Astronomers call it the Sachs-Wolf effect. A faint shift in the energy of photons as they climb through the invisible mountains and valleys of gravity. Picture it, light climbing hills of time. Every photon begins its journey deep within a gravitational well, perhaps near a cluster of galaxies or a dense patch of early matter. As it escapes that gravity, it loses a little strength, just as a traveler tires after climbing a long, steep path. It emerges slightly weaker, slightly redder, its wavelength stretched like a sigh that has traveled too far. This is the universe speaking softly through physics, not in words, but in motion. It's as if space itself inhales and exhales, creating a rhythm that every beam of light must follow. You could almost say, the universe expands like lungs of infinity. But this breathing isn't like ours. It's slower, faster, more patient than any human can comprehend. Over billions of years, it has pulled galaxies apart, stretched starlight thinner, and given the cosmos its shape. And in that slow expansion, time itself has learned to flow. Imagine lying beneath the night sky, watching the stars shimmer. What you see is not stillness, but motion too vast to feel. Galaxies drifting farther away as the fabric of space-time stretches beneath them. Even the photons reaching your eyes have been stretched, their energy softened by the same gentle expansion that carries everything outward. In a way, this is the universe's version of compassion, allowing every particle, every star, every galaxy the space it needs to exist, to move, to drift apart without ever being truly lost. The Sachs-Wolf effect is small, almost imperceptible. It's a whisper written into the temperature of the cosmic microwave background, the oldest light in existence. Slight fluctuations, tiny differences in warmth and coolness, trace the places where light once struggled against gravity's pull. Scientists map these fluctuations with extraordinary precision, turning subtle shifts of energy into a portrait of the infant universe. And yet, behind the mathematics lies something deeply human. That faint redshift is the story of endurance, of light continuing on despite resistance, of energy transforming yet never disappearing. It mirrors our own journey through time, climbing out of invisible wells, carrying the faint warmth of where we began. Albert Einstein once said, "The most beautiful thing we can experience is the mysterious. It is the source of all true art and science." The Sachs-Wolf effect is exactly that. Mystery made measurable. Wonder made visible through the patient eyes of physics. Perhaps you felt something similar. A quiet moment when life feels stretched, when energy seems to slip away as you move through your own invisible hills. Yet, like those photons, you keep going. The effort doesn't erase your light. It reshapes it, softens it, makes it wiser. Even the cosmos understands fatigue. It stretches, slows, and yet continues expanding, gently carrying all things forward. If you could listen to that expansion, it might sound like a slow pulse, the steady rhythm of existence itself. As you lie here tonight, think of that rhythm, vast, ancient, and kind. The same cosmic breath that moves galaxies also moves through you. Every heartbeat, every rise and fall of your chest is part of that same universal expansion. A quiet reminder that you belong to a living, moving cosmos. So let your thoughts drift outward, past the stars, into that soft stretching of space. Feel the gentleness of the motion, the patience of light as it climbs unseen hills, carrying the story of all that ever was. You don't have to chase the meaning of it. Just rest within it. Because somewhere in that infinite exhale, you are already home, glowing faintly, moving slowly, expanding softly with the universe itself. From the gentle stretching of space, we drift naturally into its sound. Not the kind you hear with your ears, but the silent rhythm of energy itself. Every ripple in space-time carries a memory, and every photon that reaches us hums with the soft resonance of motion long past. What astronomers call fluctuations in the cosmic microwave background, CMB, are, in truth, the quiet echoes of the universe learning how to move. Imagine standing in a vast, empty cave, whispering a single note. That sound would bounce off the walls, return to you changed, stretched, softened, scattered, yet still yours. Now imagine that same process happening across the cosmos. In the first few 100,000 years after the Big Bang, matter and light were locked together, vibrating as one, waves moving through a dense fog of plasma. When the universe finally cooled and became transparent, those waves froze into the fabric of light itself. What we see today as tiny variations in the CMB's temperature are the remnants of those ancient vibrations, the universe's first echoes. Each wave is a memory of motion, a snapshot of how gravity and radiation once danced together in perfect rhythmic tension. These fluctuations, measured to 1 part in 100,000, form a cosmic fingerprint, proof that the universe was once alive with sound before there were stars, before there was silence. Physicists describe this pattern as baryon acoustic oscillations, pressure waves rippling through the early plasma, leaving behind imprints that later became galaxies, clusters, and voids. It's science, yes, but it's also poetry on a scale too grand to write down. The universe before words spoke in waves. If you could translate those ripples into sound, they would form a deep, droning chord, something between a sigh and a heartbeat. Scientists say its pitch was close to a B-flat, 57 octaves below middle C. Each wave a memory of motion, each fluctuation a reminder that nothing in existence ever truly stands still. Not light, not space, not us. The redshift we measure today, the stretching of light as the universe expands, is simply the continuation of that same ancient song. Every photon traveling through space loses a bit of energy, its wavelength pulled longer by the very fabric it moves through. Over billions of years, what began as brilliant blue-white radiation has softened into microwave whispers. What was once fire is now warmth, the steady background hum that fills all of creation. It's almost comforting, isn't it? To know that the universe didn't explode and then fall silent. It sang, and that song still lingers, faint but eternal. And in that pattern of motion, there is a reflection of our own lives. We too move through invisible waves. We too are stretched and softened by time. Like light, we begin bright and fast, full of energy and a direction. And gradually, as years pass, we lengthen, slow, and deepen. Our colors change, our rhythm gentles, but the song remains the same. Like light, you too stretch as you move through the gravity of years. The gravity may not be made of mass or space-time, but of memory, love, and loss. The invisible fields that pull on us, reshape us, and remind us that motion is not just physical, but emotional. When scientists observe redshift, they are not just measuring how galaxies move away. They are watching the passage of time itself, encoded in color. The same principle lives in us. The experiences we carry, the things we gain and lose, stretch the spectrum of who we are. They don't diminish our light, they transform it. As Carl Sagan once wrote, "We are a way for the cosmos to know itself." In every redshifted photon, the universe remembers its own expansion. In every quiet breath we take, we echo that same movement, outward, evolving, still singing the song of where we came from. If you listen closely enough, not with your ears, but with your stillness, you might sense that cosmic rhythm in your own heartbeat, a faint pulse connecting you to everything that ever was. The same motion that once rippled through plasma now ripples through you. So as the night stretches around you, imagine those waves continuing, endlessly expanding, endlessly softening, light climbing the slow hills of time, sound turning to silence, motion becoming memory. And somewhere between those transitions, you, a small ripple yourself, find peace in knowing that the song never ends. It only changes its form. The echoes of motion fade, but what follows is not silence, it is realization. From the ripples in the early universe to the redshifted glow of distant galaxies, one truth becomes clear. Space itself is alive with movement. Every moment of expansion is a quiet act of becoming. The universe is not static. It is learning to exist. Those cosmic ripples, once locked in the heat of creation, have grown into something far greater, a pattern, a pulse, a continuous unfurling of space-time. The light that began its journey when the cosmos was young is still traveling, still stretching, as if it too were seeking to understand what it means to be. Astronomers describe this with equations, graphs, and precise constants, Hubble's law, scale factors, redshifts. Yet beneath the mathematics lies something profoundly human, the sense that to expand is to live. Every galaxy drifting apart, every photon losing energy, every gravitational wave stretching the fabric of reality. All of it is evidence that time is not a thing we pass through. It is a thing that breathes through us. Expansion is not just a property of space. It is the universe awakening to itself. Einstein once said, "The most incomprehensible thing about the universe is that it is comprehensible." Perhaps he meant that in every law we discover, in every cosmic map we draw, we find a reflection of our own minds, a strange symmetry between human curiosity and the order of the stars. The universe is not chaotic. It is coherent, intentional in its unfolding, alive in its rhythm. When we look at distant galaxies receding, we are witnessing time itself in motion, a living current that carries all things forward. This expansion is not a violent tearing apart. It's a graceful widening, a cosmic inhale that allows everything within it to exist freely. Even decay, even slowing, is part of that rhythm. For just as every expansion has its quiet moment, every breath has its pause. To expand is to live. To slow is to rest. You can feel the same pattern in your own being. Growth and rest, motion and stillness, the widening and softening of thought. The universe moves through you in the same way it moves through galaxies. Gently, patiently, without haste. Scientists once thought the cosmos might stop expanding one day, collapsing back into itself in a big crunch. Now they know the opposite is true. Expansion accelerates, driven by something unseen, something they call dark energy. Yet even this mystery carries a kind of peace. The universe is not rushing toward an end. It is drifting into openness, into calm, like a tide that no longer seeks the shore. In this way, cosmic expansion becomes a metaphor for awakening, not a loud revelation, but a gradual unfolding. The universe doesn't awaken all at once. It stirs slowly as stars ignite and fade, as galaxies bloom and scatter, as time stretches to make room for understanding. And so do we. Every moment of awareness, every quiet realization is its own kind of expansion. The mind stretching to meet the infinite, the heart widening to hold the unknown. Look at the night sky. Every point of light you see is moving away, yet it still shines for you. That paradox, distance creating connection, is the secret of existence itself. The farther the galaxies drift, the more clearly we see the pattern of their beginning. The more the universe expands, the more it reveals what it has always been. Somewhere in that widening, there is harmony. The same rhythm that governs galaxies pulses softly through your breath right now. The expansion of the cosmos and the rise and fall of your chest are not so different. Both are acts of balance, outward and inward, motion and rest, awareness and release. So as you lie beneath the sky tonight, imagine the universe stretching gently around you. Not rushing, not breaking, just expanding in peace. Every star, every photon, every thought is part of that same awakening. The universe breathes, and you breathe with it. The galaxies drift, and so do your dreams. And in that slow, endless motion, that vast inhale of creation, everything that exists finds its place, softly, beautifully, in the living stillness of space. As the universe expands, it carries with it the quiet evidence of time, not just in the stretching of space, but in the soft dimming of light itself. From the last chapter, we left the cosmos breathing, alive, expanding, unfolding into awareness. But what happens to the light that travels through this growing emptiness? What becomes of brilliance when it is stretched too thin? Across the vastness, galaxies drift away from us, and as they do, their glow weakens. Each photon that reaches us has traveled through a universe still in motion, stretched by the very space it passes through. Astronomers describe this effect with elegant simplicity. Surface brightness fades by a factor of 1 plus Z4, where Z represents the redshift, the measure of how much the universe has expanded since that light began its journey. It means that what we see, those distant mist-like galaxies glowing faintly at the edge of visibility, are not truly dim. They only appear so because space itself has stretched their light across impossible distances, as if each photon were a silk thread pulled endlessly through time, thinning, softening, but never breaking. Light stretched thin like silk over endless space. The farther it travels, the fainter it becomes, not because it is dying, but because it is being transformed. What once blazed like a cosmic flame is now a whisper of its former self, softened by distance, blurred by time. And yet, it still arrives. That in itself is a quiet miracle. In 1930, physicist Richard Tolman proposed a test, now known as the Tolman Surface Brightness Test, to confirm whether the universe truly expands. His insight was poetic in its simplicity. If space stretches, then light from distant galaxies should appear dimmer than what their intrinsic brightness would suggest. Not because of dust or decay, but because of time's own expansion. When scientists measured it, they found it true. The galaxies at the farthest edge of our vision shine billions of times weaker than their nearby counterparts, even though their true luminosity may be the same. Each flicker we capture in our telescopes is a faint echo of what once was. A message sent before our world even existed, fading gently as it crossed an ever-growing sea. And yet, this dimming is not loss. It is continuity. It is the universe reminding us that everything changes form, but nothing disappears. Light that forgets its strength is still light. A voice that softens is still heard. a dream that fades, is still remembered in the heart that once held it. You might feel this truth in your own life, the way memories lose their edges over time, how the vivid moments of youth soften into quiet impressions. But if you look closely, those softened memories are not gone. They have become lighter, easier to carry, woven into who you are. Just as galaxies fade in brightness but not in essence, so too do we. Each emotion, each connection, each love, once fierce and bright, eventually finds its calm, dimmed not by distance, but by wisdom. Einstein once wrote, "Energy cannot be created or destroyed. It can only be changed from one form to another." That includes the light of galaxies, the warmth of human memory, the fire of living. Nothing is lost, only transformed into gentler forms. Perhaps the universe is teaching us to see beauty in that dimming, in the transition between brilliance and stillness. The Tolman test doesn't just measure physics. It measures patience, the grace of endurance, the humility of light that no longer needs to shine to prove it exists. If you could see the cosmos as it truly is, beyond equations and instruments, you would see it glowing faintly, like embers scattered across eternity. Not burning, but breathing. Not gone, but at rest. And maybe, as you listen tonight, you can feel that same quiet fading within yourself. The slow softening of thought, the release of effort, the way the day's brightness gives way to the calm of night. Let it happen. Let your own light dim just enough to rest. Because even when it fades, it still travels. It still exists. It still matters. Light never truly forgets. It only learns to rest more gently across the infinite. Light fades softly, but its journey never truly ends. From the dim glow of distant galaxies, we move deeper into the very fabric of distance itself. For when we gaze at the farthest stars, we are not just looking across space. We are looking back through time. Astronomers call it the co-moving distance, a quiet correction to how we imagine the universe. The galaxies we see from 13 billion light years away are not there anymore. In truth, as the universe has continued to expand, they are now more than 30 billion light years distant. What we observe is their memory, the light they sent when the cosmos was still young. By the time it reaches us, space itself has stretched beneath it, turning that ancient light into a soft echo of something that no longer exists in the same place. It's strange to think that every direction we look is a window into a different past. There is no fixed now in the sky, only layers of time woven together, each photon carrying a whisper of when it was born. Threads of space-time stretching like a dream. That is how many physicists describe it, and it's hard to imagine a more poetic truth. Space and time are not separate things. They are strands in the same tapestry, pulled gently by expansion, curved softly by gravity, and illuminated by the light that travels across them. When you look up, you are not just seeing distance. You are watching the slow unfolding of existence itself. Each galaxy, each faint shimmer, is a memory still unfolding. There is no fixed point to reach, no ultimate destination, only movement, only the endless flow of being. In physics, this is a simple truth. There is no edge of the universe, only the limit of what light has had time to reach us. Yet, emotionally, it means something more. There is no finish line in our own lives either. No perfect moment where everything is finally complete. There is only the flow, the expansion, the quiet unfolding of time. Every photon we capture in our telescopes arrives tired, stretched, thin, yet faithful. A traveler who has crossed an ever-growing sea of nothingness just to deliver its story. Each photon arrives tired, yet faithful. Those words could describe not just light, but endurance itself. The quiet persistence of everything that continues, no matter how far it has come. Scientists use this understanding to measure reality with breathtaking precision. The Tolman surface brightness test, first imagined nearly a century ago, becomes a kind of cosmic storytelling device. By studying how brightness dims with redshift, how light grows faint as the universe stretches, astronomers confirm that space is not static, but expanding. Each dimmed photon, each softened glow, is a signature of that great motion. But behind every equation lies a kind of tenderness, the realization that even the universe's faintest traces can tell us its deepest secrets. Every bit of light is a survivor carrying with it the fingerprint of its origin. Even tired photons keep their promise. If you think about it, this is how memory works too. What we remember isn't a perfect reflection of what was. Like ancient light, our memories have traveled far through the corridors of time, changed by distance and experience. Yet even when they fade, they remain faithful. Fragments of what once was, stretched but unbroken. Einstein once wrote, "The distinction between past, present, and future is only a stubbornly persistent illusion." Perhaps what he meant is this: in a universe where time and space are woven together, everything is still happening somewhere. Every sunrise, every beginning, every heartbeat. The cosmos doesn't end things. It lets them drift farther apart, still connected, still glowing softly in the fabric of space-time. So when we speak of galaxies 13 billion years away, we are really speaking of time. Time that has expanded, softened, and yet endures. The night sky is not a snapshot, but a living document. Every point of light a page from the universe's own diary. And maybe, as you lie beneath that same sky, you can feel this truth within yourself. You, too, are a co-moving traveler, moving not through space alone, but through time, through memory, through transformation. There is no destination you must reach, only the gentle drift of existence. In the end, space and time are not two roads crossing. They are one quiet current, carrying everything forward. Stars, galaxies, dreams, and you. Let yourself float in that current. Let go of the idea of where or when. Because in the universe's language, there is no final point to arrive at, only a journey that keeps unfolding endlessly, like light through a dream. Every journey of light must end not in darkness, but in quiet. After crossing oceans of time and the vast corridors of expanding space, photons lose their sharpness, their fire. Yet, in that soft surrender, there is grace, a kind of peace that only comes when even brilliance learns to let go. From the previous part, we understood how distance is not merely a measure of space, but of time. How every fading galaxy is both far away and long ago. The farther the light travels, the gentler it becomes, as if learning to breathe with the rhythm of the universe. Each wave stretches until it can stretch no more. Each spark learns the wisdom of fading. Even brilliance must learn to fade, Astronomers call it redshift, the gentle dimming of light as space expands, a cosmic exhalation. But to describe it only in physics would be to miss its poetry. Because in truth, this fading is not loss, it is transformation. It is light discovering rest. You might say that galaxies are teachers in the art of letting go. Each one burns fiercely for billions of years, creating elements, forging worlds, and sending light into the deep. Then, slowly, its arms loosen, its fire softens, and its heart quiets. The energy that once blazed across the void becomes part of the background glow, part of the soft memory that fills all space. The Tolman test confirms this scientifically. Surface brightness fading by a factor of 1 plus Z4, the equation that captures the universe's gentle truth. That distance, expansion, and time all lead to stillness. But behind those numbers lies something profoundly human. The acceptance that not everything bright must burn forever. Einstein once said, "A calm and modest life brings more happiness than the pursuit of success, combined with constant restlessness." In that sense, even the stars seem to agree. For after their most radiant moments, they too enter calm. As galaxies drift farther apart, their light grows thinner, stretched across the widening fabric of space-time. Yet this fading is not failure, it is fulfillment. Each photon, after traveling for billions of years, finally finds rest in the vastness it helped illuminate. Perhaps that is how peace arrives. Not with a sudden stillness, but with a gradual softening. Like the way sunlight at dusk loses its glare and turns golden, then lavender, then disappears entirely into night. There is beauty in that retreat, in that gentle surrender. When scientists observe the most distant galaxies, they are not witnessing their death. They are witnessing their peace. Their light still travels, even if the stars that made it no longer burn. As galaxies dim, peace deepens, and you too may rest. You can feel that same pattern in your own life. The slow dimming of urgency, the soft fading of what once seemed impossible to release. The universe does not resist its own quieting. It embraces it. And so can you. Sometimes letting go is not an ending, but a return, a way of rejoining the larger flow of things. Just as the light of ancient stars becomes the faint background glow that holds the cosmos together, the moments you release become part of something wider than yourself. Carl Sagan once reminded us, we are a way for the cosmos to know itself. That knowing is not only found in creation and expansion, it is also found in stillness, in the slow turning inward, in the realization that peace is not the absence of motion, but the harmony within it. As you listen now, imagine the galaxies drifting, their spirals soft, their colors dimming, their edges dissolving into the silence of space. Imagine each one as a candle at the end of its burn, glowing not with intensity but with understanding. This is not the death of light, but its return to balance, its surrender to rest. And so tonight, as the universe expands gently around you, remember that fading is not failure. It is fulfillment, that even brilliance must learn to fade, to release itself into the calm from which it came. Let your thoughts drift like those ancient photons, faithful, softened, traveling beyond need and noise. Let your body loosen into the vastness that holds everything. Somewhere beyond sight, the galaxies continue their slow dimming, their peaceful exhale into eternity. And in their fading light, you might recognize something familiar. A reflection of your own quiet becoming. Now, rest. Because even the stars have learned how. As galaxies fade softly into the vast dark, their light continues its patient journey. Long after their brilliance has dimmed, long after their stars have turned to ash, what we see in our telescopes, those delicate spirals and ancient clusters, are not where they are now, but where they were. Their glow is a message delayed by time, a whisper from the past still crossing the ocean of space. This is the quiet truth of cosmic observation. Every time we look up, we are not seeing the present universe. We are looking into its memory. We see galaxies not where they are, but where they were. From the gentle surrender of light we explored before, we now arrive at its illusion. How distance and time conspire to make the cosmos a mirage of motion. Light does not move instantaneously. It travels, one photon at a time, and that travel takes time. When you look at the moon, you see it as it was 1 second ago, the sun 8 minutes ago, and the farthest galaxies more than 13 billion years in the past. The night sky, then, is not a map of where things are, but of when they were. Every point of light above you is a moment suspended, a living fossil of the universe's memory. Astronomers call this the light travel distance. The total stretch of space light has crossed to reach us. But there is another way to measure distance, a quieter, more philosophical one. The co-moving distance. It accounts for the fact that the universe has been expanding the entire time that light was traveling. So, a galaxy whose light has taken 13 billion years to reach us is now, in truth, 30 billion light years away. What this means is both astonishing and humbling. The deeper we look, the farther away the galaxies truly are, even beyond the light they sent us. We are not just observing the past. We are witnessing a version of reality that no longer exists, yet still echoes in our present. It's as if the universe keeps its own scrapbook, a record of how things once were, preserved in beams of light that wander endlessly through time. And in that sense, looking at the cosmos is like looking into our own past, because we too see ourselves through the same illusion. Every thought, every feeling, every memory we hold is a form of light travel, something from before, reflected into now. We live in echoes of what we were, carrying old light through the expanding space of our own lives. Perhaps that's why memory feels both close and distant, why a childhood moment can feel immediate, yet impossibly far away. Our minds are cosmic mirrors, holding the faint light of who we used to be. Like galaxies, we are always changing, but our light, our essence, continues to travel through time. Einstein once wrote, "People like us who believe in physics know that the distinction between past, present, and future is only a stubbornly persistent illusion." One, in that sense, time is not something that passes us by. It's something we move through. A vast landscape where everything that ever happened still exists, waiting for light to reach it. Think of this as a kind of spiritual cosmology. What if every memory, every word, every act of kindness still travels outward, endlessly, like photons escaping a star? What if none of it is ever truly gone, just moving farther, quieter, softer? When astronomers peer into deep space, they are not just gathering data. They are listening to stories told in the language of delay. Every photon that enters their instruments has traveled longer than life on Earth has existed. And yet, it still arrives, tired, stretched, but faithful. There's something comforting in that, to know that even the faintest signal finds its way home, that no distance, however vast, can silence light completely. And so, when you look up at the night sky, you are surrounded not by stars as they are, but by ghosts of what they once were. Yet those ghosts still shine. They persist not because they resist time, but because they move with it. In the quiet spaces between those lights lies a lesson for us, that what we lose is not truly gone, and what we see is only one version of truth. The universe is both near and far, both then and now, both alive and memory. And just as the galaxies continue to drift beyond where their light can reach, so too do we, stretching gently into new versions of ourselves, carrying the echoes of who we were into the light of who we are becoming. So tonight, as you rest, remember this: you are not separate from the stars. You too are a traveler made of light, moving through time, leaving behind a glow that will outlive the moment. The illusion of distance fades when you realize that all of it, the galaxies, the memories, the light, and you, are simply reflections in the same timeless sea. When we gaze into the deep night sky, we are not just looking outward, we are looking backward. Each glimmering star, each distant galaxy is a message sent long ago, still crossing the ocean of time. But what if the very act of looking is an illusion? What if distance, as we understand it, is not a straight line but a woven thread? A gentle stretch of both time and space intertwined. In the previous part, we learned that we do not see galaxies as they are. We see them as they were. Their light, traveling across the expanding fabric of the cosmos, carries the past into our present. But the deeper truth lies in what astronomers call the co-moving distance, a concept that reshapes how we think about existence itself. Imagine a galaxy whose light has taken 13 billion years to reach us. That number already feels impossible to hold. Longer than the Earth has existed, older than the stars we know. Yet, in the time it took for that light to arrive, the universe itself has expanded. The space between us and that galaxy has stretched like a vast, invisible fabric. So while its light began the journey 13 billion years ago, the galaxy is now over 30 billion light years away. It's as if the universe is a dream slowly unfolding, its threads of space-time stretching softly in all directions, expanding not into something, but as something. Threads of space-time stretching like a dream. Einstein's general theory of relativity tells us that space and time are not separate entities. They are one continuous fabric. Space-time. Gravity curves it, motion warps it, and expansion pulls it apart. In this cosmic weaving, time does not merely pass, it flows. And space does not simply exist, it moves. Carl Sagan once said, "The cosmos is within us. We are made of star stuff. We are a way for the universe to know itself." If that's true, then perhaps this stretching of space-time is not just a physical process, but a reflection of our own lives, our own expansion through time, our own stretching between what was and what will be. Think about it this way. When you remember a moment, you are touching the light of your own past, an echo that still travels through your inner universe. The space between who you were and who you are now is not empty. It is expanding, filled with memories, choices, and quiet transformations. In the cosmos, this expansion never stops. Even as we measure galaxies moving farther away, we are not watching them leave. We are watching the very fabric of reality grow. It is not that they are moving through space. Rather, space itself is moving, carrying them, carrying us, carrying everything. Astronomers use precise equations to describe this, but in truth, it feels almost poetic. The universe does not rush. It unfolds slowly, gracefully. And in that unfolding, there is peace. When we speak of time and space as separate, we impose human structure on something infinite. But in reality, they are inseparable. Where there is space, there is time. And where there is time, there is space. The light that travels from one end of the universe to another is not merely crossing distance. It is moving through epochs, through changing realities, through the very heartbeat of existence itself. And maybe that's why when we look at the sky, we feel both awe and stillness, as though something inside us recognizes that motion and rest, time and space are one. Physicist Hermann Minkowski, one of Einstein's mentors, once said, "Henceforth space by itself and time by itself are doomed to fade away into mere shadows, and only a kind of union of the two will preserve an independent reality. In that union, every direction is also a moment. Every moment is also a place. There is no true beginning and no final end, only an eternal unfolding, like waves spreading endlessly from a single point of origin." So when we speak of a galaxy being 13 billion light years away, we are really describing a conversation between now and then, between here and there, a dialogue written in light. What we call distance is simply time stretched across existence. This understanding changes something profound about how we see the universe and ourselves. Because if time and space are one, then perhaps your life too is not a straight line. Perhaps the moments you think are behind you still exist somewhere along the fabric. Perhaps the people you've loved, the dreams you've let go, the versions of you that once burned brightly, they still glow quietly in some corner of space-time, sending faint light forward. And that means you are not simply moving through life. Life is expanding through you. Every thought, every breath, every act of kindness or regret, all of it becomes part of this vast ongoing motion. You are the space that holds your time, and the time that shapes your space. In the same way that galaxies drift apart without ever truly losing connection, nothing that has ever been part of you is truly gone. It simply moves beyond the horizon of your awareness. Farther, softer, but still there. There is no fixed destination waiting somewhere out there in the dark. There is only the flow, the gentle drift of being. The universe does not ask you to arrive. It invites you to move, to expand, to become. And as you listen now, breathing quietly beneath the same cosmic fabric that holds every star, you are part of that motion, part of the ongoing conversation between time and space, between what is and what was. There is no rush. There never was. The light will continue its journey. The galaxies will keep stretching farther away, and you, a tiny consciousness floating in this infinite web, will keep expanding too. Because in the language of the universe, there are no endings, only the endless unfolding of everything that has ever been, and the soft reminder that in this vast dream of space-time, you are exactly where you are meant to be. In the previous part, We saw how the universe stretches softly, carrying galaxies farther apart, not because they are moving through space, but because space itself is growing. Time and space are threads of the same infinite fabric, always expanding, always breathing, always dissolving into one another. And yet, even as everything moves, there is a paradox at the heart of it all. The deeper you drift into the universe's expansion, the more you realize that nothing truly goes anywhere. We are travelers who never leave our place. You see, the galaxies do not sail through a static void. They remain within the flow of space itself. The fabric stretches, and they stretch with it. Every point in the cosmos stays still, even as it moves farther from every other point. This is the strange poetry of expansion. Motion without movement, distance without departure. The same is true for us. You and I are riding this cosmic tide, moving at hundreds of kilometers per second through the Milky Way. Yet to us, everything feels still. We are sitting in the middle of motion so vast that it becomes indistinguishable from stillness. In mindfulness, there's a similar idea, that you do not need to chase after peace because you are already within it. The space you seek is the space you inhabit. As Thich Nhat Hanh once said, peace is every step. You do not need to travel across the stars to find stillness. It is here, now, resting inside your own breath. The universe expands, but it does not escape itself. And perhaps that is the most profound lesson of all. That movement and stillness are not opposites. They are reflections of the same truth. As light travels for billions of years, as galaxies stretch across incomprehensible distances, what truly changes? Not the essence of the light, only its path. Not the truth of space, only its shape. Everything moves, yet everything remains. When you close your eyes, you are not shutting the world out. You are returning to the still point at the center of your own motion, the place inside you that moves with the stars, yet never departs from itself. Astrophysicists call this vast stillness the co-moving frame, the reference point where everything drifts together. It's a term used in cosmology, but it could easily belong to the language of meditation. Because in that frame, you realize that every traveler, every planet, every mind, every photon is part of one single journey. When you look at the night sky, you might think the stars are receding endlessly into the dark. Look closer, and you'll see. Their retreat is also their connection. Every movement outward stretches the bonds that hold us all together. Expansion is not a separation. It is unity unfolding. In the same way, your life expands with every passing year. You move through emotions, memories, and dreams that drift farther and farther from the moment they began. And yet, you are still here, breathing, aware, constant, traveling without moving. Alan Watts once wrote, "You are an aperture through which the universe is looking at and exploring itself." That is what it means to exist, to be a still point through which all of time and space pass. The light of ancient stars enters your eyes and completes its journey. And in that moment, you become part of the story of its motion. You are where the universe pauses to see itself. When you sit quietly and feel your breath, you are doing what the cosmos has always done, expanding and contracting, reaching outward, then returning inward. You do not need to go anywhere to touch eternity. It is already here, vibrating softly in the pulse of your blood, in the warmth of your body, in the silence that hums beneath all sound. So tonight, let yourself rest within that realization. Imagine yourself suspended in a vast, invisible ocean of stars. Feel the motion, not as speed or direction, but as a kind of gentle unfolding. You are floating on the slow rhythm of cosmic time. You are part of the expansion, but also part of the stillness that holds it. The more you look outward, the more you will notice that everything mirrors inward. The galaxies drift apart, but within that drifting is harmony. The farther the light travels, the more it reveals its origin, and the farther you look, outward into space or inward into yourself, the closer you come to what you've been seeking all along. The farther you look, the closer you come to yourself. That is the quiet truth of this journey. To travel without moving is to realize that there has never been a destination, only awareness unfolding like the universe itself. Every expansion leads back to stillness. Every question leads back to wonder. And now, as you rest here beneath the soft glow of ancient light, let the thought of motion fade. You are not apart from the stars. You are their echo, the stillness within their distance, the listener within their light. Close your eyes. Let everything drift. You are already home. From the quiet realization that we are travelers who never leave our place, the journey continues further into the unknown, toward the very edge of what light can reveal. Until now, we have followed the universe through its memories, the fading fire of galaxies, the stretch of space-time, the soft illusion of motion. But even light has its limits. There comes a boundary, a last glowing veil beyond which our eyes cannot see. That boundary is the cosmic microwave background, or CMB, the oldest light in the universe, a faint afterglow from when everything was still impossibly young. It is not light from stars or galaxies, but from the very birth of space itself, a time when the cosmos was only 380,000 years old. Imagine the universe then, hot, dense and full of light that could not yet travel freely. Photons were trapped in an ocean of charged particles, scattering endlessly, unable to escape. Then suddenly, as the universe expanded and cooled, the fog lifted. Matter and light separated for the first time, and the first free photons began their journey. The same photons that still reach us today. Astronomers call the CMB a map of the universe's first breath. It is a frozen whisper from that moment when light and matter parted ways, the universe's first act of seeing itself. Every tiny ripple in the CMB, every faint fluctuation of temperature, is a record of the seeds that would one day become galaxies, stars, and eventually us. To look at the CMB is to look at the beginning of everything we can observe. It is the farthest wall of sight, not a wall of matter, but of light. Beyond it lies a realm we cannot yet see, a silence that no telescope has pierced. Even the powerful James Webb Space Telescope, with its golden mirrors catching ancient light, cannot see past it. The CMB is the last visible echo, the cosmic horizon where vision ends and imagination begins. And yet, beyond that wall, something still moves. Something older than light itself. Scientists suspect that before the first photons were freed, there were even earlier waves, neutrinos, gravitational ripples, and the subtle hum of the universe's birth pangs. These are the whispers older than light, faint signals that carry the story of what came before the CMB, before visibility, before time as we understand it. Carl Sagan once said, "We are a way for the universe to know itself." Perhaps this knowing was always there, even before light, waiting for eyes to open, for consciousness to arise, for curiosity to listen. Beyond the CMB, our instruments fall silent, but silence too is a kind of message. It tells us there is more, not in distance, but in depth. What lies beyond sight is not emptiness. It is the beginning of everything that will one day be seen. So now, as you rest beneath the same invisible background that still hums quietly through every corner of space, remember, we are surrounded by light we can no longer see, by whispers older than time itself, still echoing softly in the dark. Close your eyes. Let that silence surround you, because sometimes what we cannot see is what holds us most completely. Beyond the faint glow of the cosmic microwave background, that last wall of sight, there stretches a silence deeper than anything light can touch. It is not empty. It is full of echoes waiting to be heard, of vibrations too ancient for the eye, too subtle for the telescope. After light has spoken, sound remains. Not sound as we know it, but the quiet rhythm of space-time itself. From the moment the CMB formed, the universe became visible. But long before that, it was already alive with motion. Waves rippling through the fabric of reality, carrying the memory of creation's earliest heartbeat. We cannot see them, but we can learn to listen. Astronomers call these hidden signals the neutrino background and the gravitational waves, messengers that travel through existence itself, unbent by dust, unbroken by time. Unlike light, they do not scatter or fade. They pass through stars, planets, and even us, like whispers through a dream. To detect them, scientists must do something almost poetic. They must place their ears against the fabric of space-time itself. Across the Antarctic ice, deep underground, and in vast laser tunnels stretching miles apart, humanity has built instruments of impossible sensitivity. The Ice Cube Neutrino Observatory, buried beneath the frozen South Pole, waits in absolute stillness, watching for a single flash of light produced when a neutrino, one of trillions passing through Earth each second, happens to collide with an atom. Meanwhile, in the quiet valleys of Washington and Louisiana, the twin observatories of LIGO, the Laser Interferometer Gravitational Wave Observatory, extend their long, perfect arms, listening for tremors smaller than a fraction of a proton. These ripples are not sounds, yet they behave like music, space-time stretching and relaxing as black holes merge, as stars collapse, as the universe sighs in gravity's deep tone. When the first detection came in 2015, Einstein's century-old prediction was confirmed. The universe had spoken in waves. As one physicist put it, it's as though we have finally learned to hear the cosmos, not just see it. That hearing changes everything. It opens a new sense, one beyond vision. To listen beyond light is to realize that the cosmos has more than one language. Some truths cannot be seen. They can only be felt, like vibrations through the soul. In meditation, we practice something similar. We stop trying to see and instead begin to sense, to listen to the quiet hum beneath our thoughts. Astronomers do the same on a grander scale. They close their telescopic eyes and open an inner ear to the tremors of space-time. In that stillness, science becomes a form of mindfulness. Imagine it: Earth, a small blue point adrift in the dark, wrapped in detectors made of ice, mirrors, and lasers, all of them waiting patiently for a whisper that began billions of years ago, waiting for gravity's soft echo from before light was even born. These experiments are not just about technology. They are acts of devotion, listening to the silence that shaped everything. Like monks of the modern age, these scientists sit in meditation with the universe itself, trusting that the void will eventually answer. There is a kind of humility in that waiting, because to listen beyond light is to accept our limits, to admit that vision alone is not enough. We are not conquerors of the cosmos. We are its students. We learn by being still. Carl Jung once wrote, "Your vision will become clear only when you can look into your own heart. Who looks outside dreams. Who looks inside awakes." In the same way, the universe invites us to look inward, not with eyes, but with awareness. For just as gravitational waves ripple through space-time, emotions ripple through the mind. Both are invisible, yet both move everything. The more we learn to listen, to truly listen, the more we realize that silence is not the absence of sound, but the presence of all frequencies blended into one. The cosmic background hum that surrounds us is proof that nothing is ever really quiet. Even now, space is vibrating gently, filled with the remnants of creation's earliest motion. Every second, countless neutrinos pass through you, relics from the first moments after the Big Bang. You don't feel them, yet they move through your body effortlessly, reminders that even the invisible is connected to you. These ghost particles, as physicists affectionately call them, carry with them a memory older than light, a memory that flows through you without ever being seen. Perhaps that's what makes this so moving. The universe doesn't only speak through stars and explosions, it speaks through absence, through stillness, through the spaces in between. To listen beyond light is to understand that what we cannot observe may be the most essential part of all. Astronomers listening to space-time are not just gathering data, they are participating in a cosmic act of mindfulness. They remind us that not everything needs to be seen to be real. Some truths, like love, grief, or peace, are known only by their resonance. So as you listen now, in the quiet of your room, imagine the detectors deep beneath the earth and the mirrors stretched across valleys, all listening to you and the universe breathing in rhythm. Out there, beyond the faint glow of the CMB, beyond even the light that has guided us this far, the universe hums in a register too low for human ears, too vast for any sense to hold. Yet somehow, in our stillness, we hear it anyway. Because listening, at its heart, is not about sound. It is about presence. It is about noticing what continues when all else fades. The gentle reminder that even in silence, existence sings. And maybe as you drift closer to sleep, you can hear it too. A vibration beyond words, a whisper older than light itself. After learning to listen beyond light, to hear the quiet symphony of gravitational waves and the faint hum of neutrinos, we arrive at the horizon of understanding, the edge of wonder. Beyond this point, there are no more maps, no more data, no more visible stars to guide us. only questions suspended in the dark, only silence, vast, patient, alive. And yet that silence is not empty, it is waiting. Everything we have observed so far, from the faint afterglow of the cosmic microwave background to the echoes of colliding black holes, is only a fragment of the universe's voice. Beyond that voice lies something older than sound itself, something that existed before even the first vibration of space and time. Scientists call it the quantum fog before creation, a realm where laws dissolve and potential hums quietly beneath existence. It is humbling to think that everything we know, every galaxy, every beam of light, every heartbeat, emerged from that unseen whisper. That before light could shine, there was already a pulse of intention running through the void. Carl Sagan once said, "Somewhere, something incredible is waiting to be known." Perhaps that something does not wait in another galaxy or in a distant telescope image, but here, in the stillness between our thoughts, in the quiet awareness that gazes back at the universe and recognizes itself. As the light fades, the journey turns inward. What lies beyond the CMB is not just a scientific frontier, but a spiritual one, a boundary between what can be measured and what must be felt. To listen beyond light is also to listen beyond knowledge, to accept that not all understanding arrives as information. Some truths emerge as peace. When astronomers peer into the cosmic dawn, they are not just searching for particles or patterns. They are searching for belonging, for a sense that even in this immeasurable vastness, consciousness has a place. Each new discovery is a reminder that the act of wondering itself is part of the universe's design. In that sense, wonder is not an emotion. It is a force, the same energy that once ignited the first stars. It expands the mind the way the universe expands space, stretching the boundaries of what we think we can hold. Every night sky you've ever looked at is a reflection of this process, the endless dance between the known and the unknowable. Even when the stars seem still, the universe is still expanding. Even when the mind grows quiet, thoughts ripple softly beneath the surface. There is no true stillness, only the illusion of rest before another awakening. Albert Einstein wrote, "The most beautiful thing we can experience is the mysterious. It is the source of all true art and all science." Standing at the edge of wonder means surrendering to that mystery, not to solve it, but to feel it, to recognize that awe and understanding are two sides of the same gaze. The farther science reaches, the more it begins to sound like poetry. The deeper the astronomer listens, the more she sounds like a monk. Because when you stand at the edge of what light can reveal, there are no words left, only reverence, only gratitude. The universe does not end where our instruments fail. It continues in whispers, in vibrations, in possibilities too subtle for matter, too ancient for time. And maybe one day we will find a way to hear those whispers clearly. Or maybe the act of listening is the point, a reminder that curiosity itself is a form of connection. So, as this chapter closes, imagine yourself standing beneath that invisible sky, where the last photons of the CMB fade into quiet. You are not outside looking in. You are part of the same unfolding. You are made of that ancient light, and you are listening with the same awareness that once helped the cosmos awaken. Beyond the light, there are whispers older than time itself. waiting for us to listen. Perhaps the next step in this journey is not forward, but inward. The next discovery may not come from a telescope, but from silence, from the same stillness that holds the stars in balance, the same stillness that holds you. Let the echoes fade. Let your breath slow. The universe is still expanding, even in your dreams. And as it does, may you drift gently with it, not searching, not holding, simply floating in wonder. Good night, traveler of light. You've reached the edge. For now, before every discovery in astronomy, before every new window to the cosmos, there is static. The faint hiss between frequencies, the sound of confusion before clarity. It is not the voice of the universe we first hear, but the echo of ourselves. Astronomers call it foreground contamination. It is the interference that clouds the ancient signal of the cosmos, the noise that Earth itself produces, the hum of our radio towers, the breath of our atmosphere, the faint dust that glows in infrared, even the satellites that orbit above us, whispering, bouncing, interrupting, all become part of this tangled web of sound and light. Before we can hear the beginning of the universe, we must first learn to remove the fingerprints of our own existence from the sky. When scientists tune their instruments, what they really tune is silence. The great observatories, Hera in South Africa, LOFA in the Netherlands, MWA in Australia, listen not to the stars, but to the faint intervals between them. Their antennas stretch wide like open hands, trying to catch a whisper from billions of years ago. But every signal that reaches them is drenched in noise, a storm of human creation. It's humbling to think that the universe has always been speaking, but we've been too loud to listen. In many ways, foreground contamination is not just a technical problem, it's a mirror, because we too carry noise within us, the endless chatter of our own minds, worries, thoughts, fears, memories. We fill our inner sky with so much interference that we can no longer hear the quiet pulse beneath it. As Carl Jung once wrote, "Who looks outside dreams, who looks inside awakes." To truly listen to the universe, we must first look within, to the static between our own thoughts. Imagine for a moment you are lying beneath a sky filled with invisible frequencies. Every star emits, every atom vibrates. And yet, what you hear most clearly is the faint crackle, the interference of your own heartbeat, your own breathing, your own mind trying to interpret the infinite. That noise is not an obstacle, it's part of the process. It reminds you that observation always begins with imperfection. The early astronomers, too, mistook noise for meaning. When Arno Penzias and Robert Wilson first detected the faint microwave hiss of the cosmic background radiation in 1964, they thought it was pigeon droppings on their antenna. They cleaned it, recalibrated, and still the noise remained. Only later did they realize that this noise was not from Earth, but from the birth of time itself. Sometimes what seems like interference is the voice of creation, and yet the opposite is also true. Sometimes what we think is signal is only noise. That's the paradox of listening, in science and in life. The art lies not in hearing more, but in hearing less. Every sound we make, a physicist once said, echoes back to us. The universe is an endless chamber, reflecting everything we send out. The same applies to the human mind. our thoughts return again and again, amplified by the walls we've built inside ourselves. To quiet that echo, we must learn to soften the sound we create. Astronomers do this by subtracting themselves from the data, removing the glow of the Milky Way, filtering out local signals, isolating what is truly ancient. In the same way, to understand our place in the cosmos, we must filter out the static of our own existence, the noise of ego, the hum of ambition, the interference of constant thought. You cannot hear the universe until you learn to quiet your own signal. Close your eyes for a moment. Imagine the faint hiss between radio stations, that soft, endless sea of white noise. That is what the early universe sounds like. The afterglow of creation stretched thin by billions of years of expansion. Now imagine that sound within you, the quiet hum of being alive, the tiny, constant vibration that never stops, even in stillness. Perhaps that too is a kind of foreground contamination, the signature of consciousness itself. The mind, like the cosmos, is full of background chatter, but beneath it lies something older, steadier, the true signal. Science, at its core, is an act of listening. Every telescope, every receiver is just an extension of our desire to hear what the universe has been saying since the beginning. But as we listen outward, we also listen inward, because the line between the two, between cosmos and consciousness, is thinner than we think. The static between stars, the silence between thoughts, they are made of the same thing. Both are invitations to listen deeper. And maybe that is what the universe has been asking all along: to turn down the noise, to soften the frequencies, to remember that silence is not empty. It is full of everything we have yet to understand. When the noise fades, what remains is not silence, it is truth. In the previous reflection, we listened to the static between stars, the restless background hum that separates our voice from the universe's. Yet, the story does not end with hearing the noise. The real act of discovery begins when we learn how to subtract it. Astronomers face this challenge every day. They know that the first signal they receive from space is never pure. It's layered with interference from our planet, our atmosphere, our own machines. Before they can hear the first whispers of the early cosmos, they must peel away every trace of themselves. That process, delicate and patient, is what they call foreground removal. At Hera in South Africa, giant dishes stand like open palms beneath the night sky, listening to hydrogen's faint frequency from the dawn of time. But those ancient echoes are buried beneath radio chatter from cities, from satellites, from storms. Scientists must carefully subtract each false tone, each local ripple, until what's left is something almost sacred, the untouched voice of the universe, 13 billion years old. LOFAR in the Netherlands and MWA in Australia do the same, not by amplifying the signal, but by quieting the noise. They spend months calibrating, modeling, filtering. It's not an act of addition, but of letting go. Science, at its heart, one astronomer said softly, is an act of listening. And like all true listening, it begins not with what you want to find, but with what you're willing to release. It is the same in life. Most of us believe peace comes from finding something new, new answers, new voices, new meaning. But real peace is not about adding more. It is about removing what no longer belongs. It's about subtraction, about peeling away every thought that hums too loudly until what remains is clear. Silence, as the writer Gordon Hempton once said, is not the absence of sound. It is the presence of clarity. Astronomers seek that clarity not in the empty sky, but in the spaces between their measurements. They know that silence is never truly empty. It is full of data, full of hidden signals, full of the past waiting to be revealed. The same is true for the mind. When you stop filling it, it begins to speak. Picture a telescope dish standing in a desert, its metal glinting under a cold blue dawn. Around it, nothing stirs, yet the air vibrates with invisible waves, echoes of creation itself. The scientist listening to that dish is not unlike a monk in meditation. Both are trying to hear something ancient beneath the surface of noise. Both understand that what they seek cannot be forced, only allowed. In meditation, you do not silence your thoughts by fighting them. You simply let them pass, like clouds drifting across a night sky. The astronomer does the same. They let the false signals drift away, gently, layer by layer, until the real one appears. Both acts require patience, humility, and faith in the quiet. There is a beauty in that, in knowing that progress sometimes comes not from doing more, but from doing less. Imagine if we treated our inner world the way astronomers treat the sky, not trying to amplify every feeling or thought, but learning to filter, to listen, to let go. What might we discover beneath the static of our daily lives? Perhaps that still steady pulse that has always been there, the signal beneath the storm. When the great radio arrays of Earth finally isolate the cosmic whisper they've been chasing, it's not a roar of revelation that follows. It's a hush. The signal is faint, barely perceptible, and yet it carries the entire story of the universe's beginning. In that fragile pattern of radio waves, scientists hear the moment when matter and light first began to separate, the dawn of all things. And so it is with us. Beneath the surface noise of thought and memory lies something older, quieter, more constant, a presence that has always been there, waiting to be heard. You cannot force that moment. You can only subtract. Let go of the interference, the overthinking, the need to control. What's left will not be emptiness, but a signal, pure and ancient, that connects you to everything. When you listen with stillness, you are no longer just hearing the universe. You are hearing yourself, reflected across 13 billion years of light. When everything unnecessary has been stripped away, when the noise fades, the echoes soften, and only the quietest frequencies remain, what's left is not emptiness, it is clarity. At the end of every act of subtraction comes a moment that cannot be measured, the moment the signal finally emerges from the static. In radio astronomy, it's when the faint hum of the early universe rises just above the noise floor, no longer lost among the interferences of Earth. Scientists call it the dawn signal, the whisper of hydrogen from the time when the first stars were still unborn. It is not a loud discovery. It is almost inaudible, a sigh across billions of years. But that is precisely why it's so powerful. After months or even years of removing false readings, recalibrating instruments, and tuning antennas, Astronomers reach a point where there is nothing left to remove, only a fragile signal, too faint to impress the impatient, but perfect in its honesty. It is, as one scientist described it, the sound of the universe becoming aware of itself. And in that stillness, something remarkable happens. The distinction between observer and observed begins to blur. In our own lives, there is a similar moment. The instant when thought finally quiets, when worry pauses, and a deeper presence fills the space left behind. It does not announce itself. It does not arrive with clarity or insight. It simply is. A still point. Delicate, steady, infinite. T.S. Eliot once wrote, "At the still point of the turning world, there the dance is." The dance, he said, does not stop, but there is a place within it that remains unmoved. In that unmoved place lies true knowing. Just as astronomers must listen beneath the noise of their own instruments, we too must learn to listen beneath the hum of our own minds. Beneath the chatter, the questions, the constant need to make sense of things, there is something quieter that waits to be heard. It is not thought. It is awareness itself. You might call it the inner cosmos, a universe that exists not in stars and galaxies, but in silence and understanding. Imagine this. You are sitting under a night sky so clear that every star seems suspended in perfect stillness. For a moment, you stop naming them, you stop searching for patterns, you simply look. The stars are no longer far away. They are within you. Tiny reflections of the same energy that once burst forth at the beginning of time. You realize that what you are seeing is not the sky, but a mirror. In science, when the noise finally disappears, the cosmos speaks in data, in frequencies, in photons, in patterns of energy. In the human soul, when the noise disappears, it speaks in peace. Both are languages of the same silence. Astronomers often describe the moment they detect a true cosmic signal as a kind of quiet awe. It's not celebration, not triumph, more like reverence. The universe does not shout. It whispers. It speaks in wavelengths so long, so ancient, they seem more like memory than sound. And perhaps that is what awareness is. The universe remembering itself through you. When you sit in silence, when your thoughts grow soft and the static fades, you are doing what the great telescopes do every night, listening across billions of years for something real. And when it comes, it doesn't arrive with words. It arrives as stillness. You do not hear it. You recognize it because you have known it all along. That quiet signal, the one beneath every heartbeat, every breath, every passing thought, has never stopped speaking. It has only been drowned out by noise. When you finally hear it, the world doesn't change, but you do. The stars no longer feel far away. They feel familiar, as if they've always been a part of you. As the physicist Max Planck once said, "There is no matter as such. All matter originates and exists only by virtue of a force, and we must assume behind this force the existence of a conscious and intelligent mind. In that mind, both the universe and you are made of the same quiet intelligence, unfolding, expanding, and remembering." And so, as the instruments of humanity listen deeper, peeling back every layer of noise, they are doing what consciousness itself has always done, seeking to remember what it truly is. The moment the noise disappears, both science and spirit arrive at the same place, a still point of knowing. The universe has always been speaking. We were just too loud to listen. When the static of the stars faded, what remained was silence. A silence so vast it seemed to breathe. For a long time, humanity had listened to that silence, waiting. From the first radio antennas scraping the sky to the hum of modern observatories, we had been trying to separate noise from truth. And then, one day, we built something that could see what we had only been able to hear. Something that could look into the oldest light and witness the first dawn of creation itself. That something was the James Webb Space Telescope. Suspended in the dark, 1,000,000 miles from Earth, Webb unfolds slowly, like a flower blooming in absolute silence. Its golden mirrors, 18 hexagons glinting like honeycomb, open their arms to the past. Each piece is perfectly aligned, polished to atomic precision, designed to catch the faintest whispers of infrared light traveling for over 13 billion years. Light that began its journey before there were galaxies, before there were stars, before even time, as we know it, had rhythm. It is a strange kind of awakening, like opening your eyes after the longest sleep. NASA called Webb a time machine. But in truth, it is something more poetic than that. It is a mirror that reflects not only the universe, but our own longing to understand it. For all its gold and engineering, Webb is, at its heart, an act of faith. Faith that light remembers, that darkness can reveal, and that we, tiny beings on a small planet, are capable of reaching back across eternity just to see. The first time Webb's mirror faced the cosmos, it did not look at something new. It looked at something ancient. The faint red glow it gathered had traveled through expanding space since the universe's earliest moments, stretched, dimmed, and softened by time. Each photon Webb captured carried the memory of when matter first began to take shape. As one astronomer said, every photon Webb collects is a story 13 billion years in the making. When those first images arrived, glowing galaxies, twisted clusters, the faint halos of light that had never been seen before, the world fell silent again. But this silence was different. It was reverence. Webb had not just shown us distant stars. It had shown us time itself, folding back like a curtain. To see so far is not to discover something new. It is to remember something forgotten. The golden mirror, suspended in its frozen ballet, reminds us that looking outward and looking inward are the same act. Like opening your eyes after the longest sleep, yes, but also like remembering who you have always been. When you gaze at Webb's images, galaxies colliding like brushstrokes, nebulae glowing like thoughts, you begin to understand that seeing is not passive. It's participation. Each reflection, each beam of light completes a circle that began billions of years ago. Light leaves a star, travels across expanding space, and ends in your eyes. And in that moment, the universe witnesses itself through you. The poet Rainer Maria Rilke once wrote, "The only journey is the one within." Webb's golden mirror is humanity's way of taking that journey outward, so far outward that it loops back inward again. It does not separate us from the cosmos. It reminds us that we have never been apart. When Webb looks at the distant galaxies, it is also looking at the origin of wonder itself. Because long before we built telescopes, we already carried them inside. The quiet desire to see beyond the horizon, to turn mystery into meaning. And every time we lift our gaze to the stars, we awaken that ancient instinct again. What Webb sees now is not just a record of the past. It's a reflection of how deeply we wish to know. Perhaps that's why the mirror is gold, not just to reflect light, but to hold it, to honor it. Gold does not tarnish. It endures like memory, like time. So when you look at Webb's shining face suspended in darkness, imagine not a machine, but an eye, humanity's shared eye, slowly opening after cosmic sleep. Imagine what it means to witness light that began before your ancestors had names, before the earth had oceans, before even darkness had contrast. That is what it means to see, not with sight, but with stillness. Because every act of seeing is also an act of remembering. And somewhere in that quiet space between starlight and thought, between the universe and the soul, something ancient awakens softly, patiently, and whispers, "You have always been part of this light." Once the golden mirrors of Webb opened to the dark, the universe began to answer, not in words, but in light. The telescope that unfolded in silence now gazed back across time, reaching for the faintest glimmers of the cosmic dawn, when the first galaxies ignited against an endless night. It was not searching for brightness. It was searching for beginnings. Each photon Webb receives has traveled across an ocean of expanding space, stretched and softened by 13 billion years of time. The light that arrives is ancient, so old that it began its journey when the first stars were still flickering into existence. What Webb captures then is not merely light, it is memory, time made visible. When astronomers speak of this cosmic dawn, they are describing the universe's awakening, the first breath after a long, dark silence. Imagine tiny clusters of gas collapsing under gravity, the first sparks of fusion igniting like candles in a cosmic cathedral. Webb's infrared eyes, so sensitive they can detect the warmth of a single photon, peer through the veils of dust that once hid this era from sight. Through it, we glimpse the moment creation began to see itself. One scientist, watching the first Webb images appear, whispered, "Each image Webb sends back is not just light. It is time made visible." It's a sentence that feels almost spiritual, because what we are seeing is not a snapshot. It's a message sent across billions of years, saying, "We were here. We began." The faint, red-shifted galaxies that Webb captures are so small, so fragile, that each one might fit into a single pixel of its golden mirrors. Yet within those pixels lies the foundation of everything. Every atom of carbon, every molecule of oxygen, every possibility of life. We are watching in real time the first act of existence. To see far, wrote philosopher Teilhard de Chardin, is to remember deeply. And that is what Webb allows us to do. To remember not with our minds, but with our eyes. Each glowing arc, each soft swirl of starlight is a piece of the universe remembering how to become itself. And as we look, something awakens in us too. A quiet recognition that the light we see has always been our story. When you look at a Webb image, at the tangled webs of galaxies stretching across the void, you are not seeing something far away. You are seeing something long ago. You are watching the same light that once touched the first dust that would one day become you. In that sense, Webb's mirrors are not just the eyes of science. They are the eyes of humanity. Mirrors through which the universe learns to look back at itself. Every human being who has ever wondered about their place in the cosmos shares in this act of seeing. The telescope may hang beyond Earth, but it carries the gaze of billions, all of us, looking outward, searching for meaning in the same darkness. And perhaps that is why these images move us so deeply. They remind us that seeing is not just about distance, but connection. When Webb shows us a galaxy that formed 13.5 billion years ago, we feel something ancient stir inside, because what we're seeing is not out there. It's the beginning of here. The deeper Webb peers into the past, the more personal the vision becomes. In those distant galaxies, we see the first carbon atoms that would one day form the molecules of our DNA. The first explosions of light that would one day burn in our cells. The first stirrings of order that would one day learn to wonder about themselves. And so, to look at the early universe is to look inward. When you close your eyes at night and remember your past, the people you've loved, the moments you've lost, the dreams that never left you, you are performing the same act as Webb. You are seeing through layers of time, not as they are, but as they were. The light of those moments still exists, still travels through the corridors of your memory. Light doesn't die when the star fades. It keeps moving, quietly, endlessly, carrying the story forward. So when Webb reveals a faint galaxy glowing softly in the dark, it is showing us a truth both cosmic and human. Nothing truly vanishes. Everything that has ever been continues to echo. To see far is to remember deeply. That is the essence of what Webb gives us, not just knowledge, but remembrance. Every image, every swirl of light is a reminder that to understand the universe is also to understand the self. For when we look at those ancient stars, we are looking at the light we carry within. And when we remember that, when we realize that our very atoms were born from the same fire Webb now observes, we are no longer just observers. We are participants in a story that began long before us and will continue long after. So, the next time you see one of Webb's golden portraits of the past, pause. Let it sink in. You are not simply watching light from the edge of time. You are watching yourself, stretched across eternity, still shining. After Webb revealed the first galaxies, faint spirals of ancient light drifting at the edge of time, the world watched in silence. There was awe, of course, but also something softer, something almost intimate. Because what Webb showed us wasn't only the past of the universe, it was the reflection of our own need to see, to understand, to believe. Each image carried not just data, but devotion. To build a telescope that could see across 13 billion years was not merely an act of engineering. It was an act of faith. Faith that light remembers, that the universe will speak if we only learn how to listen. From the beginning, Webb was a fragile dream. Thousands of people, across decades, built it knowing that one mistake could silence it forever. Yet, they built it anyway, because that is what humans do when they want to touch the infinite. We risk everything for a glimpse of wonder. When its golden mirrors finally unfolded, alone in the cold shadow beyond the moon, Webb became more than a machine. It became a symbol of what imagination can do when it refuses to give up. Every telescope, someone once said, is a mirror, showing us not just what is out there, but what we dare to dream. And that is true of Webb more than any that came before. Its mirrors are made of gold, but what they reflect is courage. Every hexagon, every perfect fold is the embodiment of a question. What if we could see farther? But perhaps the most beautiful thing Webb teaches us is that seeing farther always leads us back home. Because the deeper we look into the universe, the more we realize we are made of it. The photons Webb collects have traveled for billions of years only to arrive in our gaze. Light from the first stars crosses cosmic distances to touch the back of our eyes. And in that instant, we complete the journey. We are not outside the story. We are part of it. In one sense, Webb's golden eye looks outward, but in another, it looks within, into the human spirit that dared to believe such a thing was possible. When you stare at its images, what you're really seeing is the reflection of the same creative spark that drives both science and art. The longing to know, to feel, to connect. And isn't that what imagination truly is? A telescope of the soul. Just as Webb gathers invisible light, imagination gathers invisible hope, drawing meaning from the dark. It turns silence into possibility. It transforms distance into understanding. Every scientific breakthrough begins this way, not with certainty, but with wonder. Einstein once said, "Imagination is more important than knowledge, for knowledge is limited, whereas imagination embraces the entire world." Webb is that imagination, made metal, gold, and glass, reaching into the dark, not because it knows what's there, but because it hopes something will answer. And something does. When Webb peers into the deep field, that tiny patch of darkness no wider than a grain of sand held at arm's length, it reveals thousands of galaxies, each one a city of stars. What was once nothing becomes everything. What was once empty becomes infinite. That is what faith in discovery does. It turns darkness into meaning. In this way, Webb reminds us that knowledge and wonder are not opposites. They are partners. Science builds the mirror, wonder gives it purpose. So perhaps tonight, as you close your eyes, imagine Webb still floating out there, a golden bloom unfolding in the endless dark, collecting ancient whispers of creation. Somewhere in that vastness, light from the first stars is still on its way, traveling across billions of years, carrying the memory of beginnings. And maybe, just maybe, that light isn't only coming toward the telescope, it's coming towards you. Because in a way, you are also a mirror, one that reflects and remembers the same cosmic story. The atoms in your hands, once burned in those distant stars, Webb now sees. The light you feel within is the same light it gathers. So when you look at the night sky, or when you close your eyes to rest, know that you are still part of that light, still shining, still traveling, still seen. Every telescope is a mirror, every human heart too. Close your eyes now and remember, somewhere out there, light from the first stars is still traveling toward you. When Webb's golden mirrors turned toward the farthest edges of space, what it revealed was not a straight path of light, but a dance, a cosmic bending, a curve too graceful to be accidental. Galaxies twisted into halos, stars smeared into luminous arcs, and faint smudges of ancient light stretched into delicate rings. It was as if the universe had placed mirrors within itself, bending its own reflection to gaze back through time. This is gravitational lensing, the phenomenon Einstein predicted more than a century ago. In his theory of general relativity, gravity is not merely a force that pulls, It is a curve in the very fabric of space and time. Matter tells space-time how to curve, Einstein wrote, and space-time tells matter how to move. When light passes near massive objects, like clusters of galaxies or black holes, it follows those curves, not because it is weak, but because space itself is alive. From Earth's telescopes, this curvature reveals itself as beauty. Glowing circles called Einstein's rings, where the light from a galaxy billions of years away wraps around another in front of it. Sometimes the effect is subtle, weak lensing, a gentle stretching of cosmic patterns. Sometimes it is strong and breathtaking, turning single galaxies into arcs of fire that encircle clusters like ghostly fingerprints of gravity itself. Astronomers once thought space was empty, a vast, silent void where light traveled freely. But gravitational lensing tells us otherwise. Space is not still. It breathes. It bends, folds, and shapes the path of light as if tracing invisible hands across a cosmic canvas. Every deflected ray carries a whisper of the unseen. Dark matter, dark energy, the invisible structures that make up most of the universe. In this sense, light is not just traveling. It's remembering the shape of what it passes. Each beam is a traveler carrying a map written by gravity. Each photon bends in reverence to mass, following the geometry of creation. You might imagine this bending as distortion, but it is, in truth, revelation. Because by curving light, the universe exposes what cannot otherwise be seen. Hidden galaxies appear behind brighter ones, magnified like secrets surfacing from the depths. What was invisible becomes visible, not because we forced it to be, but because gravity itself lends us its lens. It is a strange irony. The universe helping us to see itself. Perhaps that is what makes gravitational lensing so poetic. It's not only a tool of astronomy, it's an act of self-recognition. The cosmos becomes its own mirror. Light bends not because it is weak, a physicist once said, but because space itself is alive. And maybe that is why these arcs of starlight move us so deeply. They remind us that even the smallest deflection, the gentlest curve, carries within it the shape of everything that exists. When Webb captures those shimmering arcs, the soft rings of light looping around clusters billions of light years away, we are not just seeing distance. We are seeing time folded back upon itself. The light from galaxies long dead is bent and magnified by galaxies still alive, creating an impossible image where past and present share the same frame. To look at it is to glimpse eternity reflected in motion. Astronomers use these cosmic distortions not just for beauty, but for truth. By studying the bending of light, they can weigh entire clusters, map dark matter, and measure the expansion of the universe. But beneath the equations and simulations, there's something profoundly human about this process. We too bend under the weight of what we carry. We too distort the light that passes through us. Yet even in that distortion, meaning appears. Like those galaxies, our experiences bend the light of who we are, shaping how we see and how we are seen. The gravity of memory pulls our thoughts into patterns. The gravity of love curves the trajectory of our choices. And just like light, we don't resist the bend. We move with it, tracing invisible lines through space and time. Gravitational lensing teaches us that even the universe needs perspective. It cannot see itself directly. It must use its own mass to reflect and refract, to witness itself through the bending of its own light. Perhaps consciousness too works this way. Perhaps awareness itself is gravity, folding thought back toward its source. In the soft glow of these arcs, something intimate emerges. The idea that every act of seeing is also an act of being seen. When we gaze into the universe gazes back, not through eyes, but through the very curvature of existence. We are the cosmos made conscious, wrote Carl Sagan, and life is the means by which the universe understands itself. Through gravitational lensing, that metaphor becomes literal. The cosmos, bending its own light, is studying itself through us. And so Webb, with its golden mirrors and tireless gaze, becomes part of this cosmic dialogue. Not an observer, but a participant. It listens to light the way one listens to a memory. Patiently, reverently, knowing that what arrives has traveled far. Each ring of light Webb captures is a whisper of symmetry. Proof that even chaos can find order, that even the vast and violent can form something as delicate as a circle. And in that circle, there is a kind of peace. Because to watch the universe bend its own light is to realize that everything, even the paths that seem broken, still lead home. Light may curve, stretch, and fade, but it never stops. It moves forward endlessly, following the rhythm of space-time's invisible song. So, as you listen tonight, imagine those arcs of light still crossing the dark, long after the stars that birthed them have gone quiet. Imagine the gentle bending of space, like the universe exhaling. Light bends not because it surrenders, but because it belongs. And perhaps that is the truest reflection of all, that every curve, every echo, every distortion is the universe remembering itself over and over again. As light bends across the vastness of space, curving around clusters, circling galaxies, folding upon itself, something deeper begins to emerge. The arcs and halos we call Einstein's rings are not only phenomena of physics, they are acts of recognition. It is as if the universe, through the bending of its own light, has found a way to see itself. When we left the last moment of our journey, light had just learned to curve, following the soft geometry of gravity, tracing the invisible shape of space-time. But now, as we linger within those luminous arcs, a quiet realization unfolds. Every curve of light is also a mirror. Each reflection, each distortion, each echo of a galaxy far beyond our reach is the cosmos observing its own reflection through us. In a way, gravitational lensing is the most poetic proof of what physicist John Wheeler once said. We are part of the universe that has become self-aware. The act of looking up, of studying the sky, is not separate from the cosmos itself. The eyes that watch are built from the very stardust that once shone. The mind that seeks to understand is sculpted by the same physical laws that bend light through galaxies. Every lens, every curve of light, one astronomer wrote, is the cosmos seeing its own reflection. The more we observe, the more this truth becomes undeniable. The boundary between observer and observed is an illusion. Each photon Webb collects has traveled through billions of years, through warps of gravity, clouds of dust, and endless dark, only to arrive here, in our instruments, in our eyes, in our consciousness. And when it does, the act of observation completes a circle. The universe has looked back at itself and found awareness. Carl Sagan once said, "We are a way for the cosmos to know itself." That line, so simple yet so infinite, is not just metaphor, it is literal. Through our perception, the universe gains perspective. Through our curiosity, it sees beyond itself. When you gaze at those images, the golden spirals, the ghostly arcs magnified by cosmic gravity, you are not standing apart from the spectacle. You are inside it. The act of seeing makes you part of the lens. The curvature of your own eyes mirrors the curvature of space-time. The neurons that fire in your brain follow the same laws as the stars that spin across the sky. You are the continuation of that same bending of light. The universe, through you, practices the art of awareness. To many, gravitational lensing is a scientific phenomenon, a tool for mapping dark matter, a means of magnification. But to others, it is a kind of meditation, the cosmos pausing to gaze into its own depth. Like a pond reflecting moonlight, space gathers its light, bends it inward, and shows us something both foreign and familiar. Each observation becomes a conversation, a dialogue between the infinite and the intimate. The galaxies whisper, "I am here," and we whisper back, "So am I." This dialogue has no words, only light. It flows silently across time, from the beginning of creation to the present moment where you sit, listening, breathing, existing. Imagine that for a moment. Somewhere in the deep past, a photon leaves a dying star. It passes by a cluster of galaxies so massive that space-time itself bows. It bends, travels another 10 billion years, and lands gently in the sensor of a telescope orbiting far from Earth. That same photon, having journeyed across epochs, becomes part of an image you now see. You are its destination. When you look at that image, you are witnessing an unbroken thread between your awareness and the universe's origin. You are not just looking outward. You are completing a circuit of perception that began before life itself. Perhaps this is why, when we see those arcs of light, those soft distortions painted across the dark, we feel a sense of stillness, even peace. Because in that image, something familiar looks back at us. Every gravitational lens is a mirror of infinity, and we are within its reflection. This idea carries a kind of quiet grace. The cosmos doesn't merely exist. It participates. It curves. It echoes. It remembers. It holds up mirrors made of gravity and light so that one day consciousness might emerge and understand. In the folds of space, in the curvature of time, in the gold of Webb's mirrors, the universe is not only showing us what is out there, it's teaching us what it means to see. To see, in this sense, is not to collect data. It is to become the thing seen. It is to dissolve the line between subject and object, self and cosmos. We are not just observers, the physicist and philosopher Henri Poincaré once suggested. We are part of the universe that observes itself. So tonight, as you listen, imagine this. The galaxies are not distant. They are thoughts, ancient, luminous thoughts drifting across the mind of the cosmos. And you, with your small and perfect consciousness, are one of those thoughts learning to see. Each observation, each moment of wonder brings the universe closer to understanding itself. When Webb captures light bent through gravitational lensing, it is not simply gathering images. It is recording an act of cosmic mindfulness, a stillness in motion, a breath across eternity. And so, as your own breathing slows, let that truth settle into you. You are not apart from the vastness. You are the awareness through which the vastness becomes known. Every lens, every curve of light, every heartbeat, and every thought, all of it is the same reflection endlessly folding upon itself. The galaxies are not out there. They are within you too. Because to see the universe is to realize that you have always been its mirror, a mirror of infinity, perfectly curved, quietly shining back. And as you close your eyes, remember this: the act of seeing never ends. Even now, the light continues to bend, and the universe continues to watch itself through you. As the light bends and loops across cosmic distances, something remarkable happens. The image we see is not the universe as it is, but as it was, reflected through the curves of time. What Webb captures in its golden eye are echoes, light that has traveled for billions of years, twisted, delayed, magnified, and mirrored by the invisible hands of gravity. Each photon has been folded through space-time, carrying within it the memory of every turn. In the last moment of our story, we learn that gravitational lensing is not just a distortion, but a dialogue. The universe watching itself through us. But as that dialogue deepens, a softer truth begins to emerge. Light does not only show us reflection, it shows us memory. Each fold in space-time is a kind of remembrance, a returning, a revisiting, a moment bending back to touch its own origin. Einstein once said, "The distinction between past, present, and future is only a stubbornly persistent illusion." In gravitational lensing, we see this illusion unravel. Light from a galaxy long gone still reaches us, painting itself anew in arcs of fire. The universe, it seems, is not linear. It folds, loops, curves back, making time behave less like a line and more like a breath, expanding, contracting, then expanding again. Astronomers call these overlapping arcs multiple images, duplicates of the same galaxy scattered across the field of view. But beneath that scientific label lies something profoundly human. The recognition that even light cannot move forward without looking back. It is, in a way, the universe remembering itself. You can imagine it like this: a single photon leaves a star, travels across space, meets a great mass, a cluster of galaxies, and is bent by their gravity. It takes another path, arrives at another angle, and we see it twice, or 3 times, or more. The same light, from the same source, folded and shown again. It is as if the cosmos itself keeps reminders of what it once was, like our minds replaying memories we cannot let go of. In mindfulness, this is familiar territory. The universe folds over itself, we might say, just as your thoughts do when you remember. Memory, after all, is not a straight path. It bends, it returns, it repeats itself in different forms. A sound, a scent, a flicker of light, and suddenly the past curves into the present, just as starlight does across billions of years. The folded sky above us is a mirror of the folded sky within. Every time we remember, we are also bending time. We take something that once was and bring it back into being, giving it new shape in the moment we recall it. Perhaps this is why gravitational lensing feels so meditative to watch. Its beauty lies not in perfection, but in imperfection, in the way space bends and repeats, how it carries traces of everything it has touched. There's something deeply soothing about that. The thought that even light, the purest traveler in the universe, does not move in straight lines. It curves, it revisits, it learns. If you close your eyes now and imagine those arcs of light stretched and looping through the black velvet of space, you might feel that same movement within your own mind. The gentle folding of thought, the soft returning of awareness to itself. In meditation, they say the mind, when still, does not erase thought. It allows thought to return home. Awareness does not escape the past. It gathers it. It bends it inward, just as gravity bends light. The more we understand the universe, the more we begin to recognize this pattern everywhere. In the stars, in memory, in breath. There is no true separation between the cosmic and the personal. The same physics that guides the curvature of galaxies guides the curvature of our inner lives. Just as the universe folds upon itself, so too do we, inward, toward reflection, toward peace. Imagine gravity not as a force pulling you down, but as a presence drawing everything, light, matter, consciousness, back toward its origin. Perhaps awareness itself is gravity, the quiet, unseen attraction that pulls every scattered thought, every drifting fragment of being back into stillness. You might feel that even now, a small gravity within your breath, pulling your awareness inward as your body rests, as your mind softens. The act of noticing becomes its own kind of orbit, returning you to yourself again and again. Out there, the light from galaxies still travels, bending through invisible wells of gravity, arriving to us folded and multiplied. And in here, within you, thought does the same, returning, refracting, reshaping, until what remains is silence. In that silence, you begin to understand. Nothing truly disappears. Every thought, every moment, every beam of light still exists, folded somewhere within the fabric of the whole. When astronomers study these gravitational lenses, they reconstruct the lost images, tracing the arcs back to where they began. In doing so, they unfold the sky, and in meditation, we do the same. We unfold ourselves. Every curve, every echo, every fold in time leads back to the same truth, that all things, stars, minds, and light, are drawn toward awareness. Maybe that's what the universe has been doing all along, folding, bending, and returning, not to collapse, but to remember. And perhaps, in its endless remembering, it is teaching us the same lesson: to be patient with the bends in our own path, to trust that even when we seem far from home, gravity, awareness, is always pulling us back. So tonight, as the galaxies curve and the light folds, let your thoughts drift, let them loop and return. You don't need to straighten them. You don't need to reach a destination, because the truth, whispered by every photon and every heartbeat, is simple. There is no edge to the sky, only folds, and every fold brings you closer to yourself. Perhaps awareness itself is gravity, pulling every thought, every moment back toward its source. When light folds, it remembers where it came from. And as it journeys farther, through the silent corridors of space-time, it reaches a place where memory itself begins to fade, a place beyond which even light cannot return. This is where our story now drifts, to the edge of what can be known. From the folded sky where gravity bends the visible into delicate spirals, we move outward, farther than Webb's mirrors can reach, farther than any photon that has ever found its way to us. Here, we begin to meet the boundaries of vision itself. Two horizons that define the limits of the observable universe. The first is the particle horizon, the edge of everything we can possibly see, marked by the oldest light, the afterglow of the Big Bang. It is the farthest distance any photon has traveled to reach us since the birth of time, the faintest whisper from the universe's beginning. The second is more mysterious, the cosmic event horizon. Beyond this, space expands so quickly that light from distant galaxies will never reach us, not now, not ever. They drift away faster than the light they emit can travel back. It is a border drawn not by distance, but by destiny. A line where sight itself dissolves. Beyond that line, as one physicist beautifully put it, even light gives up trying to return. When we look into the night sky, every star, every galaxy is already an echo. We are not seeing the universe as it is, but as it was. Each beam of light a time capsule, each shimmer a ghost. Some galaxies we see tonight, cosmologists remind us, are already gone. There is a soft sadness in that realization, the kind that feels like memory, not loss. What we see is always a little behind what is. The light of a star is its farewell, still traveling toward us long after the star itself has burned away. Einstein once wrote, "For us believing physicists, the distinction between past, present, and future is only a stubbornly persistent illusion." And here, at the edge of the observable universe, that illusion begins to unravel completely. The further out we look, the further back in time we fall. It is as if the universe itself were a vast mirror, showing us its past, but never its present. Each photon we catch is ancient, older than every mountain, every ocean, every breath that has ever risen on Earth. And yet, as we reach the cosmic event horizon, even that ancient light begins to thin. There are regions of the universe whose glow will never find us, whose stories will never be told. They are lost, not because they ceased to exist, but because space-time itself carries them away faster than light can bridge the gap. This is not a violent separation. It is a gentle letting go, like watching a ship disappear over the horizon, not because it has vanished, but because the ocean is vast. Some astronomers describe this boundary as the edge of time, while others call it the end of sight. But for those who listen more than they measure, it feels like something quieter, a breath drawn in before eternal silence. In the deep future, billions of years from now, these horizons will shift closer. Galaxies that now shine in Webb's golden field will slip beyond visibility. The universe will continue to expand, but our window will shrink like a candle dimming behind an ever-thickening veil. One day, only our local group, the Milky Way and Andromeda, bound in a slow cosmic embrace, will remain visible in the dark. Beyond them, all will fade. But perhaps that fading is not an end. Perhaps it is a kind of peace, a cosmic sleep. When the light fades, it does not die. It rests, stretched thin across the infinite, whispering softly, "I was here." And maybe that's what the event horizon truly is. Not a wall, but a reminder of humility. A boundary that says, gently, you cannot see everything, and that is enough. We often think of science as conquest, of reaching farther, seeing deeper, illuminating every dark corner. But standing at this edge, that instinct quiets. The universe teaches us another form of understanding, acceptance. To know the boundary is to honor mystery. To stand at the edge of light is to feel, perhaps for the first time, the beauty of not knowing. Carl Sagan once said, "Somewhere, Something incredible is waiting to be known. But here, at the cosmic horizon, we begin to sense the other truth. Somewhere, something incredible will always remain unknown. And that is what keeps the universe alive. In mindfulness, there is a teaching. What you cannot see is not your loss. It is your space to rest. The same could be said of the cosmos. What lies beyond the event horizon is not meant for our eyes, but for our awe. So, as you listen now, imagine standing at that edge, where time slows, where light softens into nothing. You look out, and there is no more sight, no more knowing, only the endless expansion of silence. That silence, vast and tender, is the universe breathing. And as your breath follows its rhythm, slow, deep, still, you begin to understand. The boundaries of the cosmos are not walls that confine us, but mirrors that teach us how to be still. Because beyond all light, beyond all seeing, beyond all sound, there is not emptiness, but presence. The presence of everything that has ever been, quietly unfolding beyond reach, yet still connected to you. That is the edge of light, not an ending, but a soft horizon of wonder. From here, our journey will drift deeper toward that silence itself. The stillness beyond seeing, where the cosmos finally rests, and where you too may rest with it. As we move past the edge of light, a different kind of horizon begins to form. Not one drawn by physics, but by silence. The universe, once loud with creation, grows quieter with age. Its stars, once burning with fierce beginnings, drift farther apart. The brilliant conversation of galaxies, the long dialogue of light, slowly fades into stillness. From the cosmic event horizon, we now gaze toward the deep future. Astronomers tell us that billions of years from now, expansion will carry the distant galaxies so far away that their light will never reach us again. The sky will no longer sparkle with the countless jewels of distant suns. It will darken little by little until only one island remains, the great merger of our Milky Way and Andromeda, forming a single silent home in the infinite sea. An island universe. That's what scientists call it. A lonely archipelago of light surrounded by unending night. Everything beyond it will have slipped beyond the horizon of visibility. There will be no sign that other galaxies ever existed at all. It is not destruction, it is return. A soft retreat into quiet. The astrophysicist Brian Greene once said, "The universe is not simply expanding, it's accelerating, rushing away faster and faster into its own solitude." That solitude, paradoxically, is not absence, it is clarity. Just as in meditation, silence does not mean nothing is there. It means everything has found its place. To see the universe reach that stage, to watch the cosmos grow still, is to understand something profound about knowledge itself. Every discovery, every act of seeing brings us closer to the edge of what can be known. And the closer we come, the more we realize knowledge is not infinite. It has a horizon too. In the quiet of that realization, a gentle truth emerges. To know everything would be to silence wonder. And without wonder, the universe would fall asleep. That is not a warning, it is a blessing, because it reminds us that mystery is not a flaw in understanding. It is the pulse that keeps understanding alive. When the universe was young, it blazed with questions. Matter formed, scattered, collided. It learned itself through chaos. And we who are made of that same matter carry the same hunger to ask, to reach, to know. Yet there is beauty in the places where our questions end. The silence beyond seeing is not a void, but a sanctuary. It is where the noise of certainty dissolves, and we are left only with awe. You can feel the same rhythm within yourself. The more you think, the more you reach for meaning, the more you sense the quiet beneath it all. That soft, unspoken awareness that doesn't need to understand in order to exist. Carl Jung once wrote, "In all chaos there is a cosmos, in all disorder a secret order." The universe, in its infinite unfolding, is teaching us the same lesson. As galaxies fade from view, it's not chaos we see, it's order returning to stillness. Expansion itself is a form of breathing, and even the universe must exhale. Perhaps this is why astronomers who measure the end of light speak so calmly about it. They have learned that endings in the cosmos are rarely tragic. They are transformations, quiet transitions from one state of being to another. In the distant future, when all the galaxies beyond our island have vanished into invisibility, their light stretched thin into wavelengths longer than the mind can imagine, there will still be memory. Not as images or equations, but as presence. A lingering hum of existence woven into the background fabric of space-time. And here, in this far and silent universe, life, if it still exists, will look up at an empty sky and wonder if it was ever full. But perhaps that emptiness is the point. When you sit beneath the stars tonight, you are already witnessing the past. You are seeing ancient light, messages billions of years old. And in doing so, you are part of the same act of remembering. But just as the universe forgets its own light in time, so too must we learn to forget, gently, in order to rest. The Buddhist teacher Thich Nhat Hanh once wrote, "To let go gives us freedom, and freedom is the only condition for happiness." The universe, in its vast expansion, seems to live by this same truth. To expand is to let go. To fade is to be free. And so, the silence beyond seeing becomes not the death of the universe, but its enlightenment, a state of being where nothing needs to be observed to be real. In this silence, even gravity rests. Even time softens. What remains is awareness, quiet, vast, eternal. Perhaps that is what we are meant to find at the end of all exploration. Not another discovery, but peace. Not another star, but stillness. Because what if the purpose of seeing was never to know everything, but simply to remember how to look with wonder, and then, eventually, to close our eyes? So as you listen to this fading universe, imagine its last stars glowing faintly, their light stretching, dissolving, whispering their last lullabies across space. The night deepens, but the beauty remains. The galaxies vanish one by one, yet the feeling they left behind, that quiet awe, that gentle sense of belonging to something infinite, still hums softly in the dark. And perhaps, when everything has gone beyond sight, that hum is all that will remain, a timeless resonance of being. We might call it silence. The universe might call it home. Now, as your breath slows and your mind drifts, imagine that same silence unfolding within you. You are, in your own way, an island universe. Small, luminous, surrounded by quiet. And just as the cosmos expands towards stillness, you, too, are allowed to rest. Beyond seeing, beyond knowing, there is only peace. And that, perhaps, is the truest form of wonder. As the last galaxies fade beyond the reach of sight, silence deepens, not as emptiness, but as a kind of awakening. We have crossed the event horizon of the cosmos, where light itself grows tired and sound dissolves into stillness. Yet even here, something remains, not out there, but within. We began this journey chasing light, tracing the faintest photons from the dawn of time, listening for whispers from the first atoms, the first stars, the first breath of the universe. We followed expansion, watched galaxies drift apart, and learned that even space has a rhythm, a pulse of creation and release. But now, at the farthest edge, we find that what truly expands is not the universe itself, but our awareness of it. It is here, in the quiet, that a new horizon appears, not one measured in light years, but in stillness. The inner horizon. Carl Sagan once said, "We are a way for the cosmos to know itself." And perhaps that is what this edge has been leading us toward. The realization that all our telescopes, all our equations, all our distant gazes were never about escaping the human experience, but about returning to it with deeper understanding. Because as the outer universe fades, the inner one begins to glow. Look inward, and you will find the same physics at work. Thoughts expanding like galaxies, memories orbiting one another, emotions curving around the gravity of meaning. Every silence in you is a form of space. Every heartbeat, a small echo of the Big Bang. The philosopher Alan Watts once wrote, "You are the universe experiencing itself." And so, the edge of the observable universe is not really an end. It is a mirror, showing you that the horizon you've been chasing has always been carried within your own consciousness. When we look for the boundary between knowing and not knowing, between light and darkness, we discover that it doesn't exist. There is no edge, only perspective. What feels like an ending is only a turning inward, a gentle folding of awareness back into its source. The cosmos, in all its vastness, teaches us humility. To stand beneath the stars is to feel both infinite and impossibly small. And yet, this duality is the key to wonder. The edge of the universe is not meant to make us feel alone. It reminds us that we are part of something so immense that even silence carries meaning. To know everything would be to silence wonder, we heard before. And perhaps that is why the universe gives us horizons, not to limit us, but to keep us dreaming. For every end of knowledge opens a new beginning of imagination. In this sense, the inner horizon is where science becomes poetry, where discovery turns into meditation, where facts, figures, and photons dissolve into something wordless, presence. When astronomers stare into the void, waiting for signals older than time, they are not just studying the cosmos. They are participating in its story. They are listening to the same stillness that hums inside you right now. Let that thought soften your breath. Let your body rest into the rhythm of that infinite quiet. The light we have followed, from the birth of stars to the death of galaxies, has always been a metaphor for awareness. It moves outward, illuminating what it touches, then slows, stretches, fades, and returns. Awareness does the same. And so, as the universe continues its expansion, perhaps consciousness does too. Each of us is a ripple in that great unfolding, a spark of stardust momentarily awake, learning to look back at itself. Einstein once said, "A human being is part of the whole, called by us universe, a part limited in time and space. He experiences himself his thoughts and feelings as something separated from the rest, a kind of optical delusion of his consciousness. To reach the inner horizon is to wake from that delusion, to remember that you were never separate, that the same atoms forming distant stars form your hands, your breath, your dreams. You are not observing the universe. You are its continuation. And if that feels overwhelming, let it also feel comforting, because it means that even as galaxies vanish beyond sight, you remain connected to them through light, through gravity, through the quiet hum of being itself. Now, the voice of the cosmos fades into the background, softer and softer, until only one truth remains, gentle as a whisper. We have reached the edge of what can be seen, and found that the real universe begins within. So let the echoes fade. Let your breath slow. Outside, the stars continue to drift, silent travelers across an ever-expanding sea. Inside, your mind mirrors their motion, expanding and softening with every breath. The universe is still growing, even in your dreams. And tonight, you are part of that growth, part of that endless unfolding between what can be seen and what can only be felt. So close your eyes. Let go of thought, of distance, of time. Remember that you are made of the same stardust that still glows in the night, and as the cosmic tides move silently beyond the edges of perception, rest in this truth, that no light is ever truly lost, no journey ever truly ends, and no dream ever drifts beyond reach. Sleep well, traveler of light. The universe is still expanding, and it carries you gently within it. At the farthest edge of light, everything grows quiet. The galaxies fade into whispers. The stars fall asleep, and the universe exhales after a long, infinite breath. What began as an explosion has become a sigh, soft, patient, eternal. We have followed light from its birth in the darkness to the moment it forgets how to return. Yet what we've discovered is not an ending, but a reflection. The universe and the human mind are made of the same silence, the same longing to understand, the same light learning to rest. Perhaps that's what the journey was always about. Not reaching the end, but realizing there was never any distance at all. Every photon we chased was already within us. Every star a thought, every pulse of energy a heartbeat echoing back through time. Now, as the cosmos drifts into stillness, let your own thoughts do the same. Close your eyes. The universe is still expanding, slowly, peacefully. And tonight, it carries you with it. Sleep well, traveler of light.